No, she might use it.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, committee. Welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order today at 10 a.m. I'd like to confirm that we have members all present and we do have quorum. We do continue to be in a hybrid situation, so we do have a couple of members of committee joining us online. At this point, Councillor Nishikawa, we anticipate joining us soon. I would like to confirm our CAO clerk and members of the senior management team and staff are here present today. Continue to advise the public that if you would like to send in comments, we receive them at tmlpubliccomment@muskokalakes.ca. At this point, there was none received on today's agenda. A reminder that today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township and Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. I do want to note that we had a supplementary agenda that we received yesterday. On that agenda, we had item 1, which was 5A, a delegation from Mr. Elliott regarding the Muskoka Lakes Snow Trails Association. And we also had item 2, which was 7A, a presentation from the Director of Financial Services. So the presentations that will help guide us today. At this point, I would like to ask committee if there are any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none, thank you. Just a quick reminder that all motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite today's meeting, and that with voting, members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote shall be recorded by the clerk. As a reminder, this is not considered a recorded vote. Yeah, perfect. So we will be moving on to the next item, which is our invited delegations. And so we have today Mr. Elliott, I believe is in, oh, there you are, Mr. Welcome. You're back with the snow.
I'm back
being
with
very
the snow.
hopeful.
Good morning. Yes, optimism.
Very, very hopeful today. Mr. Elliott, you do have 5 minutes and our clerk is got me on a timer here. So we'll just wait for your presentation and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Let me just coordinate my screen here because with the presentation changing, it messed everything up.
That's fine. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see many of you again today. For those who don't know me, my name is Steve Elliott. I am a seasonal island cottager on Lake Muskoka, as well as volunteer president of the MLSTA. And I am here today to delegate in advance of your review of our application for an operating grant. So next slide, please. As I said, I'm here today to talk about our first ever application for an operating grant. But before we dive in, I did want to just take a moment to thank the councillors and the township staff that have really stepped up this past year. Without getting too dramatic, you can see in the slide there, we started a year ago, we came to this group asking for increased collaboration. We're a small group of volunteers who all still work full-time, many of us doing so outside of the Muskoka area. And candidly, for many years, our club, we were pretty dejected and felt that we were doing this all on our own, that no one really supported the work that we do for the community. But fast forward to today, a year from this outreach, and that feeling is changing. There's still challenges, of course, you know, working with landowners, with government. It's not always easy. But I just want to let everyone know here today that your efforts are certainly recognized. And the improved relationships with the township as well as local business in the community, who is, if you read the letters in the brief ahead of time, we've got a lot of great support from the community for our club and for this grant application. So I just really wanted to say thank you to everybody. Next slide. So I'm going to draw your attention to the right because I want to make sure everybody understands the funding model of the OFSC. Because I'll tell you, not even our riders all understand the model of the OFSC. What happens if somebody buys an annual permit for their snowmobile? It's $200 to $250. All of that money goes to the OFSC. So then the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, they take that money and they use it essentially to buy the large grooming equipment. So they pay for our groomer, they pay for if there's huge repairs on our groomer, They pay for the operators' wages. They're part-time, but the little bit of money that they make driving the machines. They pay for the fuel in the groomer, and they pay for really, really big infrastructure projects. For example, they paid for a $90,000 bridge last year for our club. But everything else is our club's responsibility to fund. So we have anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 a year with expenses that we fund by doing fundraising, barbecues, these types of things, donations from local businesses. When I took over the club a couple of years ago, we had $500 in the bank. So we were in pretty desperate shape. We've done a lot better, but there's still a long way to go. To be clear, though, like this funding request is all about supporting winter tourism, recreation, and most importantly, I think the town's economic development strategy. While we have done better in our fundraising efforts over the last few years versus that $500 a few years ago, we still continue to fall short of our goal, which is to raise enough funding to purchase a temporary shelter. And I'm going to get that into that in the next slide, please. So I'd like to think this slide speaks for itself. The reality, though, is, we were very fortunate enough to secure a land lease with the district a few years ago, but we still don't have adequate shelter for our equipment. So those pictures there give you a view of what we've got. We were lucky to purchase the 20-foot sea cans you see in the top right, which are great. They're kind of phase one of a temporary storage solution. However, as you can see, we don't have a roof over it. So right now, what this means is we still work in the dark, in freezing temperatures. It's not enjoyable. It's not safe. We ask our volunteers to do it. If anyone wants to come out one night and chip 1,000 pounds of ice off the machine at -30, I'm happy to show you what we go through. But it's definitely a challenge, and candidly, I do have concerns for safety for some of our club members. Next slide. This is the vision, I guess, if you will, and hopefully this somewhat speaks for itself. So we have the sea cans in case. What we would like to do is put a temporary shelter over it. It's going to significantly increase the amount of equipment uptime that we have. Our machine won't get covered in snow and ice, so we won't have to spend 2 hours getting it ready before we go out and groom. So it means we can groom. The other thing that I do believe it will do is it will help us drive increased volunteers to our club, and particularly younger volunteers. It's really tough right now to convince people to, hey, come on out to our yard in the middle of the night and help us. Not a lot of people are really signing up for that. But if we actually had a place with some lighting, potentially even some temporary heating where we could work on this equipment, we'd be much better suited. So last slide, coming down to the last 20 seconds, I think. Hopefully you guys have all seen this, but this is just the community support that we've got, some of the businesses support us. I pulled some quotes from the letters there that you can see that talk about how important it is. But with that, I will thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Well, thank you very much. I do want to once again thank you for your consideration of our committee's time as well. You have continued to impress me with your timing, so thank you. At this point, committee, this will follow in a bit of a different pattern, but similar today, Mr. Elliott, in that we will allow for questions right now from committee members. But as noted, we are about to spend the remainder of the day talking about our entire budget. So further dialogue on this particular ask will be happening a bit later today during our operating budget discussions. So right now we'll have questions. Later on, we can have some further discussions. So with that, I see Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Bosenworth.
Thank you, and through you. Thanks, Steve. I guess I would ask you the question, sir. Very specific ask in terms of your presentation. Does that mean that you're not looking to entertain any different types of solutions? For example, if the township had space somewhere, you wouldn't be interested in that. You've clearly got a structure in place in mind. Could you just clarify that for me? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the question, and thank you to the chair. Listen, we would love to have a more permanent structure. We've applied twice now, 2 years in a row, for the Ontario Trillium Grant capital funding, $200,000 grant to build a structure, or even to purchase a small purchase of land. We've been unsuccessful both times. So we're trying every avenue. Do I want a temporary structure? No, I would love to have a building. I don't even care how ugly it is, that could actually have a roof and a door and a lock, and we could put heat in it. But we're not there. And so this is meant to be a temporary solution while we continue to work and to try and fundraise and trying to find ideas of how we might find a more suitable building. There's lots of clubs that have wonderful clubhouses that I'm very, very jealous of, and they were obviously able to fundraise years ago or however they did it. We're not in that situation, but we're trying to kind of dig ourselves out from the situation we were in a few years ago.
Okay, thank you. A supplemental, Councillor Zak?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Steve yet again. So locationally, could you provide a sense of where an ideal circumstance would, is this Glen Orchard would be, the epicenter of your dispersing the equipment, or do you have a particular place in mind, or what would be most convenient? That's my interest.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Elliott?
I mean, in terms of like this solution, we're already on the old dump property, and we have the sea cans in place for a temporary shelter. That's where we would put this shelter over those sea cans or beside it. But if the question is if we ever found another place to go, where would it be? Yeah, I mean, the Glen Orchard Bala area is certainly central to our trail network. We kind of span out in 3 directions from the Bala area, so that's definitely a preferential location for our club to remain operating from.
Thank you. Councillor Bosemore?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Steve, my recollection is when one applies for a permit, you get to check a box about a donation to a local club. Is that still in place? I got a permit last year. I just don't remember it. So that's my first question.
Yeah, well, it's a great question. It's still in place, but it doesn't mean anything anymore. It used to, under the old OFSC funding model, mean that clubs got a certain portion of that permit revenue. It wasn't much. It was like, don't quote me, $20, I think, for every permit sold used to go to the club, and they could spend it how they saw fit. That went away a long time ago. So now the OFSC takes all those revenues. So all clicking that box does now is helps the club from a metrics perspective identify how many people ride in their area, but it doesn't have any financial implication anymore and has not for many years.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you.
A supplemental?
Yeah, just this, no, second question. That's all right. Second question is, so this is an ask of 20,000. Is this essentially a one-time ask to help you fund for the temporary shelter? Are you, or is it something else?
I mean, this specific ask is funding one time to purchase this shelter. There's no question that, as I showed earlier in the presentation, we continue to rely on fundraising efforts, which take a lot of work to fund our ongoing needs. We're still very much a club, I think, that if you compare us to other clubs, we're on a shoestring, right? Our work snowmobiles are old, duct taped together, we'd love to spend $10,000 on a newer machine that's safer, but we're not there, right? We're picking and choosing, but at the moment, this would be a one-time request.
Okay,
Doesn't mean I
you.
wouldn't come back in another year, but this is the big one this is the big thing we need, to be honest with you. And this is the challenge, is that I feel the club we're trying, but it's really, really hard to keep going when you're working outside all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Kelly, did you have
Thank you. Yes, and through you to Steve. It's only been a couple of days since we saw you, but I'm curious to know, have we had any update on the MOU? And I guess collateral to that, I've gone through your presentation, listened to you today. I don't think your request today is in any way impacted by what's going on as you try to sort out issues on Highway 118 and with other MOUs. So I think that you're asking this regardless of how that works out, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Elliott?
No, good question. I would say, if we're not open, if we were not in a situation where we thought we would get all the land use agreements that we need, I wouldn't be coming to you, because I would be silly to ask for money for a clubhouse and then not have trails to open. To answer your question, where we're at for the last couple of days regarding the agreement with the township, working with the director there, I think we're getting quite close on the language. So I'm very confident that we're going to resolve that, and we'll get a signed MOU with the township. We've checked off a couple of more of those difficult landowners that I mentioned the other day. So we're at 98.5%, don't quote me, but we're going to get there. So we feel really good about it.
Okay.
And yes, the 118 issue it has no consequence on this whatsoever.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you again, Mr. Elliott, for coming and
Thank
delegation.
you.
today.
Appreciate your time.
Somebody from here, from staff, will follow up after today's session to let you know how things have
That's
gone.
great. That's great.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much, folks. Have a great day.
Okay. We now move into the more informal part of today's meeting, which is our budget discussion. And at this point, I am going to read a resolution to help to allow us to suspend the procedure bylaw to allow for a more fulsome discussion through it today. So I will read this resolution and then we'll move on. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that pursuant to section 2.3.2 of the Township's procedural bylaw 2023-089, the rules of procedure be hereby suspended for the duration of the presentation of the 2024 Township of Muskoka Lakes 2025 draft operating and capital budget session, and that the rules of procedure be reinstated at the conclusion of said item. Any questions? Councillor Bosemuth.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Deputy Clerk. Can you remind at least this councillor of what suspending the rules mean? And are there still any rules in place?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, well, essentially, the suspension of rules gives a lot more authority to the chair. It allows potentially for discussion, should the chair permit such a thing, where normally under Roberts, you're only allowed, permitted to ask 2 questions unless the chair agrees to go beyond. You have to go through the chair to ask questions. I would recommend you still continue to follow that because it does keep order and ensures that we don't have 2 people talking at the same time. But it does give more latitude to the chair that if a discussion is going in a positive direction, that it can continue to do so. And then upon the completion of the presentation, we will reinstate the rules and then we will read resolutions that give direction to staff with respect to the next meeting to be held. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Comments? All those in favor? Thank you, that carries. So that was a nice segue and I do appreciate the question, Councillor Bosemuth. Director Donaldson and I have crafted a bit of an approach for today to help us make sure everybody has an opportunity to be heard, ask questions, but also mindful of trying to keep the discussion going. So just to give a general sense of how we hope today could follow is that in a moment, I'll ask Director Donaldson, he'll come to the podium. He's going to do an introduction of today's session, walk us through his presentation. At that point, the overall budget presentation, I'll stop and I'm going to ask for any questions and discussion at that point. Once we've completed that, then we will be moving into the capital discussion. Once again, Director Donaldson will take the lead. When we get to that section, we are going to bundle a few of the staff presentations together. So we will have a few that we'll go through. I'll stop. And at that point, we will ask for any questions. We will ask for any discussion. If there's anything that we would like to have a further dialogue on, an amendment possibly to the plan, we will make sure we capture those. We've historically called that a parking lot or something, but Director Hollows, Cheryl, okay, Director Donaldson, we will be capturing everything and making sure that today that there's a clear understanding and capturing of any kind of changes, amendments, or discussion that we have. And we will review that at the end of the capital session. We'll then follow the exact same formula for operating. So the intention is to try and keep the day going, but make sure that everybody has an opportunity to discuss. So, and of course, we will change if we have to as we go. So that said, at this point, I would like to invite Director Donaldson to the podium. Sir, you have a question. Councillor Bosemuth?
Yeah, thanks. Is it appropriate to talk about the capital reserve at the time of capital, or should we do it after the operating?
Well, what?
I guess
Yeah.
look to Mr. Donaldson for that answer. I know in his report, it goes capital operating reserve. But if we're going to discuss capital, it seems to me that the reserve is related to the capital. Maybe we should discuss them together. Just a thought.
So perhaps what I can suggest is I think that first presentation does touch upon the reserves, but Director Donaldson, you've heard the question, so perhaps you want to say how you would best like to handle that.
Good morning, committee. So I'm here at the pleasure of council or committee. So whenever you want to bring a topic up, we can certainly address it. And if there's a question that can be answered, then we'll do so. If it's going to be addressed at another part in the meeting, we can defer it to that point.
Thank you. Okay. Director Donaldson. I will turn this over to you.
I'm running the controls this morning, so. Good morning, committee, and welcome. Thank you for taking the time for this discussion today on the 2025 budget. I'll just run through the opening presentation, and then as the chair indicated at the conclusion, I'm happy to address any questions. So I wanted to start with as we bring this forward for deliberation with this quote and this notion of value. As part of today's presentation, there's a need to not only discuss numbers and figures, but also to delve into the very essence of what is value and how we prioritize decisions and plan for the future. Because value transcends mere monetary worth. Value is about more than just balancing the books. It's about making strategic choices that enrich the lives of our residents. Moreover, value is inherently tied to transparency and accountability, and our commitment to responsible stewardship that will build trust and demonstrate that we are dedicated to maximizing the value of every taxpayer dollar. So first off, the Municipal Act, the objectives of this budget, the Municipal Act requires that each municipality pass a balanced budget that is defined by the Act. The accounting for municipal budgeting differs from generally accepted accounting principles for standard for public sector organizations. The Act allows allows funding from reserves to be treated as revenues. It also allows for transfers from reserves to be treated as revenues, transfers to reserves to be treated as expenses. Because transfers to reserves and reserve funds actually fund capital, then there is an omission that we do not include amortization expense in the budget. An equally important budget objective is aligning the priorities and the resources assigned to them with the strategic plan. And just for a reminder, the strategic goals of the recently approved strategic plan are enhancing the natural environment, strengthening our cultural and community fabric, and delivering sustainable public services and infrastructure. From there, selecting activities that underpin our strategic priorities is crucial for aligning the resources and efforts of our overarching goals. The activities must be carefully evaluated to ensure that it not only contributes to the immediate objectives, but also reinforces our long-term vision. And this disciplined approach will help us to allocate resources effectively and measure our progress against those goals and ultimately deliver value to our stakeholders. Based on the estimated expenses required and the generation of fees and charges that can be derived from other sources, then the tax levy and the tax rate are established, which is required to fund all of our activities. The province has yet to identify or to advise of how the changes in the municipal assessment process will work after the pause that was invoked during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, MPACT still does do assessments based on work that is done in development or renovations, but those are dated at 2016 values. It remains unclear what that new system may look like, but no doubt it will have a noticeable impact on residents and the distribution of the tax burden amongst property owners when it does occur. And finally, as part of the budget outlook in 2025, staff are able to assess estimated future costs and the need for cash flow to finance these activities. And that gives us a sense of what is affordable and sustainable for the long term. While there are many unknowns, we use the best available information today to assess what our immediate and non-immediate needs are for the municipality. So just a background, so the 2025 budget guideline was approved by council in August, and that was set at 10.9%. The 2024 budget included an outlook for 2025 of a net estimated levy of $17,408,500, or a 9.8% increase. That outlook wasn't formally approved by council, but it was included as a projection and a starting point for this year's budget. The projected tax levy for 2025 included an additional $1 million contribution to reserves from the tax base for a total of $6 million. Staff updated 2025 outlook to determine the recommended guideline, with the primary impact being the addition of a staff position with the operations department for a development and traffic engineer coordinator, as was recommended in the transportation master plan. Other recommended positions in the guideline included a deputy chief training and risk reduction, which was recommended in the fire master plan, but had no impact on the tax levy due to the reallocation of funds used currently for contracted external trainers and a part-time staff. The addition of the short-term licensing officer and seasonal bylaw and other related costs are to be funded from the short-term rental licensing fees. There was also a seasonal communications ambassador position proposed that would be fully contingent on an employment grant to pay for that role. After factoring in all information known at the time of the report, the guideline for the levy increase over 2024 was adjusted to 10.9%. Just a quick word on engagement. So staff launched a public survey to obtain input on budget priorities in mid-June. The survey on our Engage Muskoka Lakes page had 125 visitors, but only 29 responses. The survey was comprised of 8 questions, which sought input on general satisfaction with the value perception of the current services offered, areas of priority investment, opinions on way to finance future needs through either taxation or debt. And while not representing a statistical sample size, the majority of respondents were primary residents of the township. And on the perception of value, the responses were equally distributed between 1/3 saying good and very good, 1/3 saying poor and very poor, and 1/3 saying fair. Highly rated priorities, as one would probably not be surprised, was road improvements. Also in the top 3 were housing and physician services and community and economic development. The area with the highest rated overall general satisfaction was the area of parks and trails. About 2/3 indicated they would support higher taxes to address future capital needs, with just slightly less than 2/3 supportive of the prudent use of debt to fund capital investments. Committee also held a public meeting on September 23rd to provide an opportunity to hear from the public on areas of concern that they would like to see addressed in this budget. And it's important to note that this process continues to be open to the public for the comment through correspondence or delegation to committee through the course of deliberation. So following this presentation, departmental leaders will present achievements and priorities for each of their areas in more detail. But however, this list speaks to the advancement of several priority areas and notes a few significant deliverables in the past year. The township replaced the playground equipment at Jasmine Park, repainted and surfaced courts for pickleball in Torrance, and upgraded the ball grounds in Milford Bay. There were significant road improvement projects that have been and are in the process of being completed around the township, such as Scarcliffe Road and Walker's Point Road, along with the restoration of the Medora Street Wall here in Port Carling. The township also took steps to enhance its internet security with multi-factor authentication and other security measures with the implementation of Microsoft 365. Council passed a short-term rental licensing bylaw and recently approved the draft 24 to 28 strategic plan. And in addition, several studies and plans have been completed and presented to council this past year, which will lay the foundation and inform future decisions. So staff will be bringing forward a financial update for the 3rd quarter next month at the General Finance Committee with more details, but the budget papers do include a forecast to the year end for 2024 based on the actual year-to-date results and estimated expenses to year end. At this time, staff are estimating a deficit in 2024 of approximately $479,500 or 3% of the required levy in 2024. The previous term of council directed staff to review and air quote right size the budget levy and expenses to avoid large surpluses which had resulted in prior years. In 2020, council approved a budget which reduced the tax rate by 1.43% and increased transfers to reserves over the previous year by $1 million. Since that time, staff continue to review the budget annually for opportunities to drive efficiency. But in so doing, the budget does not carry large contingencies to address extraordinary events that can occur and would rely on a draw from the tax stabilization reserve to address such shortfalls. In 2024, operations staff were faced with a number of road issues in the spring due to the mild winter. The former operations director presented to committee at the meeting in April 2024 on the state of the spring roads. Additional equipment, material, and staff time were needed and were greater than anticipated to address these issues in the spring. In addition, sale of shore road allowances, so proceeds, are lower than estimated for 2024. While these sales represent a non-recurring one-time sale of assets not typically used to fund operating expenses, it has been the township's practice to include these in the operating budget. So forecasted increases in non-tax revenue relate to unbudgeted sale of property and additional grants and interest income received in the year, which have contributed to the higher transfers of reserves, offsetting this impact, as these amounts are typically used to fund capital. Adjustments have been made in the 2025 budget to address some of these matters where there is a likelihood of recurrence. Based on current information, staff are expecting that a request of council will be required for 2024 to address a projected shortfall. And while the estimate here is 3% of the levy, staff will continue to eliminate unnecessary spending to the end of the year to reduce this shortfall as much as possible. So as mentioned earlier, departmental leaders will speak in more detail to some of these items, but listed on the slide are some key initiatives that are in the draft budget before you. So continuing in 2025, the township will continue to replace aging dock infrastructure. There will be some updates to capital condition studies for roads and bridges and to support evidence-based prioritization of future projects. Fire apparatus continues to be replaced on a scheduled basis in accordance with National Fire Protection Recommended Standards. In conjunction with changes with our host provider, staff are recommending a full refresh of the township's website to improve access for public-facing information. The asset level of service study is ongoing and will support the final delivery of a financing program required under provincial legislation on asset management. Council will be updated next year on revisions to the community improvement plan to support attainable housing initiatives in the township, and the Muskoka Lakes Public Library, and through their board and CEO, will be looking at ways to expand outreach services to areas beyond the communities where the current branches are located. In response to the need to recruit and retain qualified talent, for the municipality, staff plan to conduct an employee engagement survey next year to gain valuable feedback from staff on areas of improvement. And in financial services, staff will be conducting a lean process review and an update to our procurement bylaw and budget guideline policies in accordance with best practices. So when preparing a budget, the use of the assumptions is a critical element that shapes the foundation of decision-making. So new this year, staff are presenting an all-inclusive budget. So previously, staff had presented a budget on previous year service levels at the estimated budget year prices, and then presented a series of additional initiatives that would change the draft budget presented to committee. This year, beginning with presenting a guideline report that included some new additional items for 2025, this budget includes updated assumptions and new initiatives being included for 2025. Staff continue to seek committee's direction on items you wish to see included or omitted, but the intent of presenting a budget that fully considers all initiatives identified to staff during the development of the budget at the outset is to assist committee members during deliberation. In the 2025 budget, staff have adhered to Council Policy CHR 20 to use the August Ontario CPI as the cost of living adjustment for staff wages. And this CPI adjustment has been applied to the non-union wage grid that was presented and recommended for approval to committee last week. As noted, the 2024 actual year-to-date results have been used to inform the 2025 budget. And so, for example, in recognizing the impact of climate change and its deterioration on the roads, staff have revised the assumption that was used for staff time time would be spent on capital-related work so that they would be able to perform more work on maintenance and repair activities. Similarly, township equipment is used and charged out at an hourly rate. There would be additional costs related to repairs and maintenance and less time charged to capital for equipment usage. Staff have also included an increase in the amount of fines that we've been experiencing through enforcement activities and the implementation of the administrative monetary penalty system that was introduced in 2023. And as noted, this budget does include a request for the operating grant from the Muskoka Lakes Sno Trails Association. The amount was included under the Township's municipal grant policy, CFS 09. The inclusion was added by staff due to consideration of the letters of support received and the criteria under the current policy. So this table is a concise version of what's shown in Table 2 of the staff report and presents the 2025 budget against the 2024 budget, which is the measure by which the net levy increase is based. So the increase in salaries and benefits is the gross cost of all the staffing changes being proposed. The offsets, as noted earlier, when speaking about the approved guideline, are included in other lines, such as other operating expenses when speaking of the fire service external training reductions, and increases in non-tax revenue when speaking about increases due to the short-term rental license fee and seasonal employment grants. Table 3 in the staff report provides a breakdown of the full increase of salaries and benefits. The increase in other expenses is driven primarily by the shift in operating costs related to road maintenance, as noted earlier, and an increase in utility expense and facility maintenance expense to reflect increasing costs of heat, hydro, and repairs and maintenance to our buildings. The increase in non-tax revenue is also contributed by an increase in the Ontario Community Infrastructure Grants and additional interest income over 2024, which is largely offset by the increase in the transfers to reserves as these amounts are used to fund capital. The balance of the increase we mentioned is related to the short-term license fee and additional building department revenues, which are used to pay for building inspection costs, so have no impact on the levy. These changes are noted in Table 4 of the staff report, and the noted risks around this plan for 2025 are really, in achieving this budget, would be around the recurrence of any unplanned extraordinary event, as we saw in 2024, with another mild winter like we saw last year, or any activities surrounding the launch of the short-term rental plan that were not contemplated. The outlook for 2026 at this time is based on our best information and would project a 5.6% increase in the levy for next year. This increase would include an additional transfer to reserves in 2026 of $725,000. So that would bring the total contribution to capital reserves from the levy in 2026 to $6,725,000. The budget assumes a COLA adjustment of 2% in 2026, with no staffing changes identified at this time. Other expenses would include some higher than CPI increases for roads and building operation costs, but most other lines would be in line with inflation at an overall increase of 4.7%. Additional revenues associated with increased bylaw enforcement in 2026 related to short-term rentals is included, which is serving to offset some of the expense increase in the year. and these assumptions will be revisited at the time of the 2026 budget guideline. So this draft budget will require a 9% tax rate increase, with the balance of the tax levy being sourced from the increase in tax assessment from development. As I noted, property assessments are continuing to be prepared in 2016 dollars. In 2024, the township accounted for 22% of the total tax bill of a Muskoka Lakes resident, while 53.5% was attributed to the district municipality of Muskoka and 24.5% related to school boards funded through property tax. As substantially all of the township's taxation is applicable to residential properties, I'll speak in the context of residential property tax, acknowledging that there are different rates applied to other classifications of properties in the township. But using the district's tax-supported budget guideline that was passed in March of 2024 of 6.2%, and that was before the local hospital share, and then adding in the forecasted increase of local share of $442,500 to be allocated to all area municipalities based on assessment, and assuming no increase in the education property tax, which has been frozen for several years, the estimated weighted average tax rate increase for Muskoka Lakes residents for all levels of government would be 5.5% with this budget. For each assessment of $100,000, that would be an increase of $34.44. And by extension, for a $500,000 assessed property, that would be $172.20, of which $66.85 would come to the township and $105.35 would be collected on behalf of other governments. So budgeted tax rate changes are often referenced by percentage increases over the prior year. This chart on this slide and the corresponding table one in the staff report are intended to compare percentages across the area municipalities. In 2023, the Township of Muskoka Lakes reported in its financial information return to the province the lowest tax rate in Ontario amongst lower tier municipalities. The average lower tier tax rate in Ontario in 2023 was $832.16 per $100,000 of property assessment. So this grouping includes all lower tier municipalities, and it has to be acknowledged that this group includes larger centers under the regional governments that surround the GTA, which offer different levels of service than Muskoka Lakes. However, the issue being highlighted here is that in absolute dollars being raised, a percentage on a low rate may seem high, but it may seem higher than on a high tax rate. For example, the 2025 draft budget calls for an increase of $13.37 per $100,000 of taxable assessment. For other area municipalities in Muskoka, you can see on this chart that to raise the same dollar amount of taxation would require varying percentages across the current tax rates, based on the current tax rates. So there would be it would be a lower percentage in the towns to raise $13.37 than it would be in Muskoka Lakes at 9%. Conversely, if all area municipalities raise their property tax rate by the same percentage, the ones with the higher tax rate would have a more real dollar impact on property tax than the Township of Muskoka Lakes. This information is not intended to provide validation for the content of the draft budget, but rather just to provide assistance when evaluating tax rates with the township and other Ontario municipalities. For revenue, taxation is by far the township's largest source of revenue, accounting for 63% of the total. Other tax revenues are largely made up of penalties and interest. That's the smaller piece in the pie. Penalties and interest on late payments and outstanding tax balances. And it also includes supplemental and omitted tax billings issued when changes in assessment are received from MPAC, and as well payments in lieu of taxes for other governments and other agencies that have property within the municipality. The remaining 34% of the revenues come in various forms. User fees are made up primarily of arena usage and docking fees. and and also includes planning applications and medical response fees for the fire service. Licenses, permits, and rentals is mainly attributed to building permit fees, which fully offset building inspection related costs, and also includes the application and proceeds from the sale of road allowances and the community center rental revenue after accounting for waived fees. Fines and penalties relates to bylaw enforcement, including parking tickets. Cost recoveries pertains primarily to work performed on district roads by the township, which expense related to that is included in our salaries and our contract services expense. And septic reinspection program cost recoveries are also included here related to use of the township's service contractor. Grants and subsidies are predominantly made up of the township's recurring grant payments. So we get a recurring annual grant, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and the Canada Community Building Fund. Investment income is the return received on all township money, including obligatory and discretionary reserves and reserve funds, and allocation of interest to these reserves and reserve funds for the transfer to the reserves are reflected in that expense line. And other revenues include cemetery revenues, taxation fees from tax certificates and other services, and revenue from the lease on the Burgess Dam. On the expense side, 63% of total expenses, excluding transfers to reserves, is attributed to salaries and benefits, including the volunteer fire service members. Salary and benefits have been adjusted based on the 2024 experience with respect to the roads crew and the use and their use in terms of capital time versus operating time. So we've made that adjustment. And we've also reduced the provision against salaries and benefits for vacancies. In 2024, it was $356,800. And for 2025, we've reduced that to $275,000. Contract services, materials, and equipment largely includes road materials that are used in maintenance, such as gravel, patching, sand, and salt. Fuel and vehicle maintenance, including the fire apparatus, is also included in contract services, as well as external resources we use for things like roadside brushing and mowing. Service agreements for tower and radio communications are also included in contract services. Utility and facility maintenance includes all heat, hydro, and building repairs for all buildings. Insurance includes our annual insurance program premiums, which deal with general liability, errors and omissions, auto, volunteer, and cyber insurance. Professional fees is largely related to septic inspection fees, and this is the other side of the cost recovery we saw on the revenue side, but also includes legal fees related to bylaw enforcement and planning matters. Also included in the professional fees is the second year of the GIS technician role at the district that council approved last year. Staff development includes training, memberships, and conference attendance. IT, hardware, and software is primarily software licenses needed to operate. Of note, the licenses in 2025 includes the new license for the program used for short-term rentals. And the remaining 5% of expenses relate to administrative costs, which are basically cleaning, copier equipment, and phone services. The township's debenture is a fixed annual repayment, and that matures in 2027. So that will be the end of repayment on that 20-year debenture. Grants and community programs include the operating and community grants, including the addition of the $20,000 for the Snow Trail Association. And also included in community grants are support for the In Bloom groups and various public education and promotional events. Other expenses are just mainly miscellaneous office-related goods and services that get purchased throughout the year. So the 2025 capital expenditure estimate is $12.6 million, an increase of nearly $3 million over the 2025 forecasted number in the 2024 capital budget. Overall, the 10-year capital expenditure is just under $129 million over 10 years, an increase of about $8 million. This presentation has been adjusted for inflation in future years, and by discounting it at 3% per year, the value of this plan in today's dollars would be just over $110 million. Significant year-over-year changes in the 10-year forecast relate to some pricing updates, some timing changes, and some project additions and deletions. Some examples of this would include removing from economic development all projects that require grant funding and council approval to enter into funding agreements. Those projects will be funded from the Community Improvement Reserve, or those projects such as the community boardwalks and streetscaping that would have been funded from the Community Improvement Reserve will now be presented to council as those opportunities arrives, as grants become available. Other major changes relate to the consolidating of projects from over 2 years into 1 year in 2025, and creating an offset by deferring some other projects into later years. Timing of work on the arena floors are also adjusted in this plan, and the timing of some more urgent road needs have also been altered. The objective of many of the changes that we're seeing in the capital budget are to address the most urgent needs while deferring costs to where possible to smooth out the annual expenditures to align more with the contributions to reserves, and more specific detail will be presented in the departmental presentations. Again, just to highlight some of the notable projects for 2025. So the Burgess Dam, which was split over 24 and 25, has now been moved fully into 2025. So that's attributing to some of that increase. The opening reserve fund balances have been updated and adjusted for this change as well. A culvert replacement on Dark Bay Road was moved up from 2026 to 2025. The 10-year plan has also been updated for 2 new fire halls, one in Manette and one in Foots Bay. And while the Patterson Yard that was in last year's plan in 2032 has been removed. Total arena investments over the next 10 years, including the concrete floor slabs, are estimated at just under $9 million over the next 10 years. And docks and wharf replacements are estimated at approximately $6.3 million over the next 10 years. The township is also estimating over $50 million in road reconstruction work over the next 10 years. But I would note that this is a less than recommended. This is less per year than was identified in the asset management plan for core assets, which would be required in terms of stemming any further deterioration. You may recall in the asset management plan at that time, the average investment for roads was identified at $6.7 million per year. So this is looking at an average of $5 million per year. The plan does not include any changes in capital acquisition to address climate mitigation. So electric vehicles or alternate sources of energy from fossil fuels are not part of this plan. And it does not presuppose any future council direction with respect to the level of service study, the fire location study, or the arena feasibility study. There is also no inclusion in this plan for municipal office space or public work yard rehabilitation. So there was a space optimization study presented to committee a number of years ago that talked about this building. We also had planned to do a public works study this year. That's not yet complete, so that is not in this plan. However, future decisions of council could redirect funds that are already in the plan for alternate purposes, or staff could be directed to add new investments as directed by council. The 2026 capital plan will be informed by the outcomes of the level of service study and the financing plan that is being required under asset management. So the budget package circulated includes a 1-year outlook on balances of capital reserves and reserve funds. Contributions in 2025 will include $6 million from the levy, $2.6 million from grants, and $937,500 from interest earned on reserve balances. The total capital spending, as noted, is $12.6 million. From this chart, the taller bars represent expenditures against contributions on the lower bars, which is causing the line, which is the reserve balances, to decrease. Some projects may be eligible for sources of new funding, such as the recently announced Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, which staff will be submitting a proposal for at the end of this month. Successful applications were experienced in 2024, which was great, and future grants will help to restore and retain our reserve and reserve fund balances. However, in an effort of prudence, proceeds from application-based programs are not included in these projections. Staff have also discussed property surplus acquisition and disposition policies and to come forward later in the year. And again, a land sale in 2024 helped buoy reserve balances. And while staff look at further opportunities in the future, none have been assumed in this chart. Based on some practical assumptions, the reserve and reserve fund balances will fall to under $8 million in 2029, excluding the building reserve. So staff will turn on the right slide here. Okay. So staff will begin to explore and present recommendations to committee in the future on the use of debt financing for major projects, such as the fire halls that are included in this 10-year plan. Staff have also assumed that contributions to reserves to the tax levy will continue to increase over the time horizon, but perhaps not as significantly as what we've seen in the last couple of years. The total levy contribution by 2029 in the model presented was estimated to rise to 8.5 million in 2029. Staff have also assumed a full exhaustion of the Parkland Dedication Fund, where council defined recreational use through bylaw 2014-015. The official plan is likely to impact the contributions to this obligatory reserve fund in the future through new restrictions on severance applications. The use of development charges will also be applied to all applicable projects where portions can be attributed to growth, such as equipment upgrades and road service improvements. A large portion of the development charge currently is related to parks and recreation improvements related to growth. Council passed an update to the investment policy earlier this year, which through prudent but strategic management, staff are optimistic that returns can be improved, which will potentially soften the demand for levy contributions in the future. As noted earlier, additional proceeds, while likely, are not assured and cannot be estimated, so have been omitted from this presentation. So staffing changes noted in the budget guideline have been reported here and identified, with the exception of the operations position. Again, these positions have been offset by savings, grants, or new revenues from short-term rental licensing, and the seasonal communications ambassador position is contingent on the grant application, as noted previously. So in summary, staff have worked diligently to bring in a budget that covers off new asks and approvals within the budget guidelines. By endorsing this budget, council will be making a significant investment in the township's capital infrastructure by directing tax dollars to capital renewal and rehabilitation. Staff have identified areas of shortfall in the 2024 fiscal year and have made adjustments in 2025 and onward to address some of these pressures, which may be recurring. The added staff positions are being added based on the recommendations of approved master plans for fire and transportation, and only the roads position is impacting the levy. Staff continue to work through the budget to allocate resources to implement other recommendations of approved plans, such as the Parks and Recreational Master Plan and the IT Strategic Plan. These plans continue to be a guiding light for priorities and strategic direction for budget planning. Staff note that future decisions from the level of service study will be layered onto the 10-year capital plan, and the financing plan as required by the asset management regulation will serve as a means for the development of a sustainable and realistic reserve and reserve fund balance forecast into the future. The development of this budget document has been a collective effort of many staff over the past number of months, and I'd like to recognize all the work done by those in the strategic leadership team and beyond into their teams. Their knowledge, their insights, and their understanding of the importance of this policy document cannot be understated. A tremendous thank you to everyone who has contributed and an extension of my most sincere appreciation. This is the 2025 operating and capital budget, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Donaldson. A very comprehensive overview. Thank you. Committee. Any questions or comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to the director, I'm not quite sure about the roads conversation. And I think I heard that you were planning on spending less than what we should. More or less, I think, but it's also part of the service level conversation. And I'm not quite sure how we're going to engage or do this. I want more money in roads. I could take money out of other things, but I want our roads to be at least decent enough to, that's all of what our public expects, actually, a decent road to drive down. So I'm not sure how to start the conversation or if this is even the right place.
Okay, thank you. Director Donaldson.
So I'm sure Director Colucci will have more to say in terms of the specifics on the department, but I will just make a couple of comments. So you may recall, and we did have a discussion at last year's budget meeting. So we have a roads crew, and accounting rules state that whatever time and effort is spent working on a capital asset, then those costs get charged to the capital asset. So then they wouldn't be part of the operating budget. So you still have the same number of staff, the same payroll costs. What we've done in this budget is we've identified that our roads are in such need that we need to spend more time on the patching and the fixing, and that will not provide as much time for our own staff to be working on the actual construction of capital projects. So we will actually be allocating more time of the roads crew towards the patching and maintenance and responding to potholes and those types of things. So that's allocated in this. I think the point about spending less, what's in this budget, I think the point was what's in this budget is less than what was identified in our asset management plan as what was required to mitigate further deterioration of the roads. So we're still not spending enough. And that's what's in this budget. We're talking $50 million over 10 years, which sounds like a lot of money, but the amount of the backlog and the roads needs we have are just so large. We're just trying to figure out how we're going to tackle that nut. But at this point, we're still not spending that $6.7 million, I would call it kind of as the threshold that at least stops further deterioration of our network, road network infrastructure.
I feel like there was a lot in that. And I think what I heard is that as we have further conversation with Director Colucci, we might have some further questions, I guess, as we get into more of those details, but.
Yeah, we're spending more, but still not enough. I think that's really.
Yes, okay. That's what I heard too. Councillor Nishikawa.
Right, one more. Again, I'm just sort of following the direction of that. I think I heard that basically everything that's to do with, except the program itself, that everything to do with the short-term rental was all supposed to be taken care of by the cost of having a short-term rental program. Or the fees that we would be bringing in. So, but I got lost in that. I thought there was still some other costs that are still associated outside of those revenue streams for the short-term rental.
So in the budget, in terms of the short-term rental, we've followed effectively what was presented when the short-term rental discussion was happening. We had that business case in terms, so the short-term rental fees are sufficient, more than sufficient, to cover off the cost of the licensing officer, the seasonal bylaw increase staff. I think there'd be 2 incremental seasonal bylaw staff. There were some incidental costs that were included in that, as well as a one-time cost in the first year for a new vehicle for that licensing officer. So those have all been built into the budget, and the short-term rental fees are more than sufficient then to cover those costs off. So they've all been included and they're all there, and they're.
Thank you. Councillor Kent, Councillor Zavitz, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, Councillor Mazan, Chair Mazan, and through you. Couple questions. First of all, very well done, very clear presentation. I appreciate that. Just back a couple things. On the short-term rentals, I understand that everything is embedded in there, and I appreciated the fact that it was all on a net positive basis. I suggest going forward, as we're going to be monitoring that as a business, we probably do need to monitor that as its own cost center. That's for you, Mark, to think about, to address the issue that Councillor Nishikawa had. My second one was just two little questions. Could you explain to me on the key assumptions page? I don't understand this point, this increased proportion of operating time and resources to operating, and you show it going from 10% in 2024 to 7.5%. I don't have any idea what those numbers are, and maybe I'm just being naive. That's my first little question.
Thank you. Director Donaldson?
Sure. So again, so we have a pool of road staff that we pay a salary to. It's a fixed cost. And in 2024, we had assumed 10% of the total salary and benefit costs of those workers would be included in the capital budget. So they would be part of the cost of a budget project. So if they were working on, I just picked Scarcliffe Road just because I remember it from my presentation. But if they were working at Scarcliffe Road, then the time they spent on that job would be in the capital, that'd be part of that capital project cost. So what we've done is based on what we've seen in 2024 and the needs of our maintenance on the roads, we are now reducing the amount of time that's allocated to capital and increasing the amount of time that's operating. So we've increased our operating costs, really the allocation of the fixed cost more to operating, less to capital.
So Director Donaldson, thank you. Okay, for just a supplement. Does that mean that maintenance costs are not part of capital? Specific project identified X, Y, and Z road we're going to do for $2 million is capital, but the maintenance of a washout goes to operating.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay.
under the accounting rules or guidelines, a capital project is anything that is an extension of service life or an improvement or a betterment of service potential. Maintenance is just trying to get it back to what it should be in the first place. So that's an operating expense.
Okay, another question?
If you'll allow me, one more.
Mhm.
These are just small clarifications. On the chart that says impact on the 2025 tax rate, and the one below it, we show a 9% increase and every other municipality shows a low one. Can you explain to me, and maybe this is because I'm not a municipal tax person, but why is our rate 148 and other people, you know what I mean, are higher, therefore showing a smaller increase? How did that happen, and what is that related to?
Okay.
If I'm
Director Donaldson?
misunderstanding the point.
So there's an inverse relationship between assessment value and the rate when you're trying to create the amount of tax levy that you need to collect to operate your municipality. So the higher your assessment is, then the lower your tax rate would be, because it's the product of those two that form your tax levy. So in the other municipalities, their assessment is less than us. This goes back to the conversation that is often had around this table and at the district table, where the district of Muskoka has a 38% or 37.8% of their assessment comes from Muskoka Lakes. So we have a much higher assessment than the other municipalities in the area. So their rate is higher to generate the same amount of revenue, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just slow on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember. I think I saw Councillor Zavitz, Mayor Kelly, Councillor Bosemuth, and then Councillor Burrs. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mark. Excellent presentation. As you were outlining your presentation to us this morning, you noted 2024 accomplishments budget accomplishments. The last point on there was essentially a compendium of all of our of the master plans that have come to fruition thus far. Obviously, there's a few more to go. Could you sort of give us a feeling as to how, or sorry, I guess more to the point, what the amount might be or amounts might be that would fuel those master plans into this 25 budget? I mean, because clearly they're not in here. And we look to the public, and the public, let us 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 3 years ago, implement these master plans as a means of moving forward, yet we're not actually putting money towards them. And I worry about that. I mean, should that be 400,000, 800,000? Should we eat them one bite at a time, and each of your the department heads is going to come to us today and say, to do this, we'll need 198,000. Is that above and beyond the budget, et cetera? So I wonder if you could speak to that kind of a heavy, large question. Am I clear, or?
Director Donaldson, did you want to speak?
I think so. I mean, I think that is a heavy question. So I'll make a couple of comments, but then I'll defer to perhaps later in the presentations, because I'm sure Nick and Corey and Tim will have some things to add around. But we've done an immense amount of work, I believe, on the Parks and Trails master plan, and some of those initiatives are in this budget in terms of manuals and documents that they're creating in terms of doing some of the implementations in the Parks and Rec plan. The ones that are listed here, I mean, they're really contingent on the asset management piece. And the asset management piece is going to be driven by the decision of this council as to what is the level of service that we want to provide to residents. So, the outcomes of the fire location study, the arena feasibility, they were deferred until the level of service conversation was completed. So it's really hard to put a quantum around what some of those impacts will be, because it will depend on the direction of this group in terms of what level of service we want to see in the municipality. But I think there is a number of things that are built into this plan that are addressing some of those recommendations in some of those master plans.
Supplemental, if I may, and thank you, and through you, then should we not create some sort of a placeholder? And I know we would like to deal in specifics here, but I'd hate to see staff come to us throughout 2025 and there be the ask for this or that or the other thing to fuel those plans, and or instead we simply put it off another year because we're still waiting for the asset management plan to come to fruition, which may be the end of this year. I think possibly so. Then we don't have any money. We've not allocated. So now it's going to be a 26 consideration. I worry about that to our constituents in terms of, hey, we spent a lot of money on those master plans, and let's enact them. Where's that money that's going to do that? Thank you. I guess a contingency.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, we can certainly build in some contingency if that's the direction of committee. We also do have the ability to access some of our reserves for, first year, partial year implementation, and then we know kind of what we're dealing with when we get to the next budget process as well. So there's a couple of ways we could come at that, but that would certainly not necessarily be out of the realm of the possible if there was a desire to have an amount of money, a pool of money kind of set aside for implementation of some of these initiatives.
Thank you. I just a quick follow-up. I just want to make sure that I think we're all understanding the flow of events here, that we are conducting a level of service study, which initially I think was earmarked to completion towards the end of this year, might be early next year. Once that level of service study is complete, we have a number of these other master plans that have already been completed. All of that data or information then gets funneled into our asset management plan, which needs to be completed, my understanding is by mid next year, correct?
June 30th is the deadline for the asset management, legislatively. Yeah.
So once we have that asset management plan, so we will have all these other studies and plans and all that data inputted to there. At that point, then that would trigger a new capital plan, because potentially decisions have been made that either add or remove things from that plan. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, effectively, the level of service will tell us the what, and then we'll be able to tell you the when and the how much.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelly, Councillor Rosemouth.
Thank you. Through you, I have a few comments, a question or two, and I want to reflect. And so I'm just going to, cut me off when I've gone on too long. But first of all, I'm going to pick up where Councillor Zabit's left off. I'm starting to get the pushback, including 2 weekends ago at the Mr. Poa AGM, where some very articulate fella said, "You guys plan a lot, but you don't do anything." And so I think we need to be sensitive of the fact that we've consumed a lot of energy and a lot of political capital planning for things. And at some point in time, we need to be prepared to move to the next stage, dig holes, plant buildings, or do whatever we decide to do. So contingencies are available, reserves can be drawn upon, we can finance through debt, we can do whatever. But we need to be mindful of the fact that people grow weary and impatient with studying. All right, just real quick, I'm going to just walk through here. I made my notes last night, and again, as you were speaking, I want to talk about the public engagement page just really quickly. You said there were 29 respondents. I see that here. Did I hear you say that most of them were permanent residents rather than seasonal?
That's correct.
Oh, okay, great. I think that's great. I may be the only one who doesn't know this. Can you access the feedback, and can I go online somewhere and pull that and look at it?
I don't think the results of the survey are publicly available, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to
Okay,
check that.
I was just curious to see if we could. I'd love to see that, but that's fine.
I
As long
do
as
have,
you're looking at it.
sorry, but I do have the results because it was sent to me, and I'm happy to share it with committee if that's their desire.
Thank you. Okay, really quickly here, we'll make sure I don't miss these. I can always come back. Okay, next one is, I shared Councillor Ken's question, which you cleared up quite nicely on this thing about the proportion of operating time versus capital expenditures related to capital. I understood it. I got it now. Thank you very much. The one thing that concerns me, and this is not new, and in fact, this has been since my first budget at the municipal level. When we do budgets year over year compared to prior year budget, as opposed to prior year actual or estimated, since we're running mid-year, we ignore the fact that we might have learned some good lessons last year about why our budgeting fell short. Every once in a while, we're going to have anomalies. We're going to budget X and find out that it's 2X because there was more rock than we thought. I understand that. But when it's something that's trending, like for instance, the impact of climate change on our road maintenance budget, I think last spring or this spring's example is a tremendous way to inform the budget for next year. And to ignore it is to basically ignore that climate change is real, and climate change is probably going to continue to impact our budget for maintenance. So I say that knowing that I'm sure you've baked that into this year's budget, and I'm looking forward to hearing how we took what we have learned over the last couple of springs and applied it going forward. I don't want to ignore that. I don't want to revert back to just comparing the last year's budget. I think two really important pieces of paper are the I don't even know, this chart doesn't have a name. Estimated total increase of $34 at 44 cents per 100,000 of assessment chart.
Mm-hmm.
And the next page, the relative tax comparisons chart, the fact that Councillor Kent asked questions on the first one gives me great comfort because I didn't understand it at first blush. I think you get it when you work through it, but it's complicated. There's a really, really, really good story here. I just think we need to find a much simpler way to paint it. I don't know what it is, but I think that's something we need to work on because it is important to know our constituents and everyone are, reading headlines on Doppler and seeing Bracebridge is coming in at 2%, and why are we at 9%? And not recognizing that 2% will buy a hell of a lot more than the 9% on our tax base from prior year. And I think that message needs to be made clearer than these two charts show. That might have been it. Otherwise, I think these, as I said earlier before the meeting, tremendous job. I think this is a really helpful document. Looking forward to working through the rest of this stuff. But I think we're off to a great start thanks to this. Thank you.
Director Donaldson, I feel like there was maybe one question in there about the budget to budget versus the actual. That was a question. The others were kind of comments. Did you want to?
Yeah, and I think I would just add and reiterate. So we looked very closely at our year-to-date actuals and what our forecasted amounts were going to be, and tried to decipher what was a one-time and what was something that we're starting to see a pattern. And we've made some adjustments in the 25 budget, such as the spent time of road staff, where they're spending their time, those types of things. There's certainly hefty, I would say, healthy increases in the amounts of our materials budgets related to gravel and sand and so on. It's interesting that when you have a mild winter, you would think you would use less material, but you actually use more because you've got the freeze thaw. So you actually end up using more material than you would have otherwise. So we've bumped those budgets up, not dollar for what we saw in 24, because we're not sure that every year is going to be like the 24 winter. But we certainly have looked at 24. I think the comparison of budget to budget is really related more so to the tax rate piece, because the tax rate really is based on the budget regardless of what occurs during the year.
Thank you. Yes, supplemental.
Thank you. Thank you. Supplemental. That's sort of what I expected. And that's why I said, as we get through it, we'll call out why we're making perhaps a bigger adjustment than year over year budgets would reflect, because we have to learn lessons, and it sounds like we are. That's good.
Councillor Bozemer, just before I get to you, I just wanted to ask the funds for this past year, because we're at a deficit, come from the tax stabilization reserve, correct?
Yes, it would be a request of council to draw from that reserve to balance the budget at the end of the year.
And just a quick question on that. Is there an assessment that happens? To me, that would be the trigger to understand if there's continuous draws from there. That means we're not doing something correct in our operating. Is that fair, or?
I would say, I mean, if we were coming back every single year and saying, sorry, we were short again, then we're obviously missing something in our budget process. So I think this year we've identified that these were extraordinary events, and speaking with the roads operations crew, like they've never seen roads in the condition they saw some of them. And there's examples in the report that talk about, and the report from the former director of operations, if you go back to the April, he's got pictures and photos in that slide presentation. I mean, it was pretty bad and not typical. So I think it's one of those things where we say, okay, well, we're going to watch and we're going to monitor. We're not sure we're going to see it every year, but if we start to see it on a recurring annual basis, then I think we'd certainly need to build that in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bozemer.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions and comments, and if you can indulge me under the relaxed rules, perhaps we can move through these. One of the first questions I really have is, I have constituents who are suggesting that we never are able to demonstrate how we've actually perhaps saved some money or challenges in private enterprise. Budgets are laid off and everybody's given a 5% or 10% challenge to improve things. We as a council embrace continuous improvement. And so help me, this budget doesn't demonstrate, oh, by the way, we figured out how to do this better and we could deliver the service at a lower cost. And therefore, and here's what we've done with that saving. Either we've enhanced some service or we've actually saved some money, but we need to do some other things. Help me with how I answer my constituents, because it's not in the presentation, it's not in the budget.
Okay. Director Donaldson.
So I will point probably to a project that I put forward. I put it forward last year. It's back in the budget this year, and this would be about the lean process review. So the lean process review is really, and I'll talk about it in more detail, but it's really about looking at the way you do things and not doing them that way because you've always done them that way, but looking at, where are the value adds in that process. So I think, there's opportunities, I think, there to try to demonstrate and source out where are there opportunities for savings. Obviously, I think we're really trying to deliver services at the level that people expect, but we're not always, if we're not like a Walmart, we can't dictate price. So if somebody's going to tell us, this is the cost of a, truckload of gravel and you need gravel, well, then that's what you're going to pay. And it's unfortunately, we're price takers, we're not price makers. So that makes it challenging for us in terms of trying to drive savings. I mean, I don't have a really good answer for how you could respond to that, other than to say that, you know, I personally would tell you that I try to scrutinize everything that we do to make sure that we're optimizing our value. And I think all the directors look at budgets as though, you know, it was their own money. And I think we need to always be thinking about it in that context, that, you know, as public servants, we're also taxpayers. So we just need to be always cognizant of the two lenses we're working through.
Thank you.
So the next one was just a really quick question. When you talk about that transfer from expense to capital, is that done at plan rate, or do we use the actual time spent through the time recording system to do that?
There is a charge out rate that is calculated. It's the same charge out rate we use when we do work for the district. So is it based on the budget, or do you go and look at how many hours you actually spent working on capital projects and based on actual hours at a plan rate? Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, everyone submits timesheets and their time is allocated that way. So it's actual hours.
Okay. Reserve level policy. We have talked about this before. Certainly Councillor Kent and I are keen to see a reserve level policy, and I think we had thought we might see one today, but I haven't seen one yet. So this for all of us is I believe that we should have a policy that determines what our requirements to contribute to the reserve levels are, and so that it's a driven by the numbers decision rather than driven by, you know, our decision based on how we feel or whatever it is that we make these contributions.
Yes, and I think, and yes, and we have talked about this, and I have not forgotten about this, and I think it's been a bit of a chicken and egg with the whole level of service piece, because I think what we really want to understand is, if we determine what it's about the how, to determine what the how much is, and then from there, then you would be able to figure out through some sort of model what your actual costs are. We could do it today, but it would probably change drastically once the level of service study has done. But it's certainly something we can take back if committees wish that we formulate a policy that brings clarity to what the contributions are required to be to service our current asset base. Then we can certainly do that.
Couple more, if I can.
Yes.
If we could go to the capital financing through reserves chart, we could put that back up. Be a couple back, I guess. That's the one. All right. Mark and I have talked about this chart for quite a while, and I'm very happy to see it. I think frankly, it is a very scary chart. Just a clarification, you have the solid line number is reserve balance excluding building. Does that excluding all obligatory or just the building?
Just the building reserve,
So
because I believe that we are going to be able to access probably all of the parkland dedication reserve. So that will be fully exhausted by the time we're done our parks and docks.
All right.
And we are going to try to draw on our development charges as much as possible. So that is just the building.
Terrific. Okay. So the frightening part about this chart is that the solid line are our contributions. Not the line, sorry, the column. The solid column is what we're putting in. The lighter column one is what we're spending. And in the foreseeable future, we don't get to put in what we're spending until 2029. And the dark line reserve is the one to look at. And by 2029, our reserves are probably 9 months of spending, because we're spending, looks like 12 or 13, I think it's 12 million. And our reserve level looks like it's about 8 or 9. And, you know, and right at the moment, we are just barely above. So we only have 1 year in reserve. 1 year. And that line, my guess is, you know, it may flatten out because I think the 2030 is about another $12 million worth of expenditure.
That would be the average because it's $130 million plan. So yeah, we're 12,
So
13 per year.
we've got $129 million in 10 years. That's 12.9 million of its spending average per year. And if we want to keep our reserve levels flat, we've got to be having contributions, which is made up of our contributions plus grants plus interest. They need to be the same. And we don't get there until 2029. And our reserve level, I think like that just means we only have cash for 9 months of our capital expending plan. And that's not very much. So, that's for me, that's the scary part about this chart.
And I will add again, I have made some assumptions with respect to the contribution. So again, we have put in $1 million in 2024. We've done $1 million this year. The assumption in this plan is that it will only increase to about 8.5. So we'll go from 6 to 8.5. So $2.5 million over the next 4 years, that increase.
Yeah.
If it is, council's wish, the contributions could remain higher. That would drive more contributions, make the difference between those two bars a little bit smaller. So that's again, but these are just based on some preliminary assumptions that I have made just over the 5-year horizon.
No, and I recognize that, and I think they're very legitimate. My only point is that I think our reserve level, my personal feeling is the reserve levels are getting low. This is why I think we should have a policy about what our reserve levels should be. I get nervous at 9 months of reserves. They may not be tied, but what should they be? You know, what happy? Are we happy to have a couple of months or not? So that's really why I see this chart plus a reserve policy as they go together. You got a reserve policy that says if that line gets too low, you must contribute.
So,
Right? That's where I've been coming from for now about 1.5 years.
okay.
So
I think
that's open for discussion.
Yes.
I'd love to hear what Director Donaldson has to say on that. I know we haven't got to that policy yet. I think I've heard that I think you agree that it's probably a good idea to have one. But at some point, we're going to have to put more money into this thing, and maybe more than we'd like because we didn't have a policy.
So I think the reserve, and you did start at the beginning of today asking, how do we address this question? And there's really 2 parts to it. One is the overarching discussion, which is what we're having right now. And then the further one would be the specific amount we think is appropriate going into this year. So we have made a note of that. And perhaps as we will be taking a break, it will give me a chance to talk to Director Donaldson to figure out how best to facilitate that second part of that conversation. Did you have any other questions? Because I would like to get to Councillor Roberts, and then I've seen Councillor Kent as well.
Yeah. Thank you. I have one more, and that is, if you could help me with bridging last year's total or 2024's compensation to 25's compensation. There's quite a few things going on in there. There's some additional headcount that are recoverable. I think there's one net growth. There's inflation, and there is, the salary, I call it positioned outside work that we did, was it last week?
Last week.
It's a very big number. That number, it grows significantly every year. If you look back over the years, it grows every year a lot. And I need to be able to explain to my constituents that. And so this particularly one, I know there's some in there that are completely funded, which might take that delta down and say, look, all of this is funded. You just got to follow the numbers within our budget. But I'd look for that. And I don't need the answer right now. I just need some say, okay, look, here's the difference. Here's the various pieces that make it up, and it's not as bad as it looks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what I can do is there is a table in the chart that breaks down that $1.2 million, and I can perhaps add an extension to that to show where the source of funding is coming from for each of those areas. And then maybe that helps in terms of the discussion of how much of that is actually impacting the tax levy.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I do have 2 or 3 4 notes that I made. Well, Director Donaldson gave that excellent report. I'd like to get your report, Director Donaldson, in writing so I could share it with people that question what we're doing with the budget, because it was so comprehensive. The first question I have is that we talk a lot about expenditures. There's a little bit of talk about revenue. And I'm thinking that will we have an opportunity to think about other sources of revenue that we haven't really tapped into? I can think I've got 2 or 3 examples, but I'm not going to go into them now. So my question is, during this process of the budget, will we talk about potential areas of revenue that we haven't tapped into?
Yep, Director Donaldson?
So thank you, Councillor Roberts. That's a great point. And there hasn't been a lot of focus on revenue. If you do have a few, I would suggest that perhaps when we get to the departmental discussions where we're talking about the expense side, if there's no focus on revenue and there's opportunities there, I would be very interested to hear your suggestions on where there are opportunities. Certainly we are following our current fees and charges bylaw. We certainly have access to grants, our recurring grants that we do receive from the province. The building and permit money is obviously restricted, so we don't have a lot of flexibility there. I mean, we could an increase in building permits just goes to the building reserve, unfortunately. But yeah, I'd be very interested to hear any suggestions you have on that one.
Okay, thank you. I will do that at that time when it's appropriate. On one of your slides, I can't remember which one it was, but it stated that the service level study was mainly being done because the Ontario regulation 588/17. I also recall that one of the is as important to us, or to me, was that we were doing the service level review because of the concern of and how's a better way of saying this, that we're running out of money. and so it's can we afford what we have for services? So that I wanted to sort of bring that back up and note it to everyone. And Councillor Bosenworth demonstrated that in spades when he reminded us of your one slide. So that's a comment. The point that Mayor Kelly was making about climate change and us considering we should be putting, really thinking about putting money away for potential disasters like we had last spring. You've mentioned that we're going to keep a real close eye, or the senior management will keep a close eye, and possibly in future budgets we'll have that. I'll just remind everyone that in my unexpert opinion, the washout of Tom Greer Road there in the springtime when we lost a dam, a beaver dam, was the direct result of significant rainfall that we hadn't seen for a long time. So that's we got to keep our eye on that kind of stuff, and I support it. The other point I wanted to make was, as it pertains to the and the mayor brought this up too, the relative tax comparison chart that we have, and I suggest that perhaps I did see Colleen on the call, but maybe we could get as our communication coordinator, she could develop something and with this, she has the skills to do this, that would sort of explain to the taxpayer that chart in more of a straightforward manner rather than numbers. Then I talked about untapped revenues. Let me turn the page here. And finally, I would to Councillor Bosenworth and everyone else, I know that I've heard from you a few times about the policy reserve, the reserve policy, sorry. And I truly support that. And I strongly suggest that we have a list of projects that staff is working on for us, and they're given a priority. And I was pleased to see that the noise bylaw was the next priority, or was at the top. I think you've got to have that project of reserve policies added to the project and bumped up above dog catching. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there was a question. I think those were a few comments. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I was trying to take notes. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have a quick question and then a comment. Director Donaldson, could you just clarify for me the 9% that we're 9.8 that we're looking at compares to, correct me if I'm wrong, 14 last year for us? And the 5.5 compares to what for last year? The total. Just because I think the hospital share got in there, it changes the numbers a bit.
So so you're correct. The 9% tax rate increase for 2025 compares to the 14.3. Yeah, I was going to say 1 or 3 that from last year.
So that's just our share. So our share was 9%. You're projecting a 9%. Last year, our share was 14.3.
So that would be our tax rate increase. So for us, for our municipality.
Okay.
The total levy increase for 2025 is 10.8%. And last year, that number was 15.7, I believe, the total levy. So that includes, the levy includes increase in revenue derived from the rate increase for those property owners who do not have any change in their assessment, plus incremental revenue from assessment change for those who did development, like renovations or rebuilds or expansions where they received a reassessment from MPAC. So there's the tax levy, which represents total cash in the coffers. That's the total amount of money we're getting. The tax rate is just the one component of the levy. There's the rate and then there's the assessment. There's two pieces to it. So, okay.
But the weighted average last year, I mean, I know that when we put out the press release, I discussed this with Derek at the time. We talked only about the 14.3 and never went to the 5.5 or whatever. My question was, what is the 5.5 last year? Was it 5.9? I can't remember.
I don't remember the exact number that was in last year's plan, but it was around there. Yeah, it was around there. So that's the weighted average. That's the weighted average increase of all the entire tax bill, including the district and the Ministry of Finance.
Right. So I looked at it as, okay, well, we have a little room to move to even get back to last year's number. We're being penalized by the fact that we're being stuck with some district money. And I don't know how much the hospital and some increases, I believe, in district, but we can talk about that later. But I saw it as, okay, we weren't as bad as last year. Back to my comment. You've done a great job on this budget. That doesn't mean that I like the numbers. The capital financing through reserves comment that Rob has pointed out is not just concerning, it's very concerning. And I mean, I get anytime we talk about projects and plans and all the beautiful things that we've done, I start to crimp up because I know that we don't even have enough money in the budget, not in the budget, in the plan and the reserves to do the basics that we need to do, which include all the feedback we've received on incremental roads and substantial needs. I think that to be able to create a policy properly and to understand how bad that chart really is, the capital financing through reserves, Rob's chart, we'll call it, we need to pull out the substantial projects. You need to pull out the fire stations and you need to pull out the arenas and say, we're going to figure out those projects separately and look at our core business doing what we're doing and find out what the reserve numbers are and the requirements are on that basis. And then do a scenario 2 that includes arenas, and then scenario 3 that includes it all. I mean, however you want to do it, but I think you're going to likely debt finance the big projects. So then you say, well, our reserve has to fund our core business. So I'm just making a distinction is we need to look at them. We need to look at it as a baseline core business and then adding in the big, because I really do wonder what that chart would look like if we pulled out those 2 substantial projects from that forecast over the long term. So that would be a request, and it's not hard to do, just pull it out. Because you've already said they're 8 million for arenas, and I forget what we said the number for fire halls was, but those are the 3 big non-recurring over the reasonable time horizon projects. So that's comment and food for thought on how to approach this need for a policy and also how bad a problem we actually have.
Okay, Director Donaldson, did you want to make a comment on that last piece at all?
I take the point. I think that makes sense, and we are definitely going to have to look at debt financing for some of the larger scale projects and the timing of those. I mean, if I'm just doing some math in my head, if we've got a $130 million 10-year plan, and let's just assume we're going to collect $40 million in grants and interest over 10 years, then we're left with $90 million over 10. That's $9 million a year. We're putting in 6 this year. I mean, that's just really quick without doing the real study, but I'm just trying to give you an order of magnitude of, because where you really want to get to is where your contributions, if you want to keep your reserves at a steady level that you think is the appropriate level, then your inputs have to equal outputs. So where your contributions equal your expenditures. So to get to there, you know, on this plan, which includes some other things, which I take your point, we should remove. But that's kind of the order of magnitude we're looking at.
That's after you catch up. So first you catch up.
After you catch up.
Then after you catch up. That's right. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah, because there's probably a lot of needs that could be done or should be done in the next 10 years that are not in this plan now.
I know.
Like we're only spending 50 million in roads over the next 10 years, and that number should probably be a lot bigger if we were looking to reduce that backlog.
Yeah, I call that the core business.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. A couple of to Mark. So I'm assuming that everything that's in all of our plans that have all been put in the budget. But it's interesting because I don't agree with everything that's in those plans. I mean, yes, we have to generalize and accept them all. I don't see a lot of the stuff happening with some of the plans, but I just find that interesting because I'm not sweating about our reserves. I guess I've been around here too long to not have to sweat about reserves because Muskoka Lakes only ever does what we can do. And we only have so much land and there's only so much. My bigger thing is when we want to start approaching people, to donate and fund some of these ideas that we have, what does that look like? And how do you go about it? And I think that's a question I'm more interested in, of getting revenues in rather than, and we know lots of people like to give money if we ask. I'm just not sure how municipality asks.
I don't know that I have the answer to that question right now, but it's certainly something I think that has been contemplated, and we've talked a little bit, I think, about, you know, the concept of, you know, naming rights and those types of other revenue sources on some of our major infrastructure. So, so definitely, I think there's probably policy and direction that we can look to others, or that we've perhaps done in our own. We've done some major fundraising in this municipality and in the decades past, and I'm sure we could take some lessons learned from that as well in terms of how we want to move forward.
Get further with that.
Yes, supplemental.
So my experience when we have, like, I'll look at our Torrance Community Center, our sports park, that was all donated dollars. It wasn't by the municipality though. It was by other groups taking on a project. And then going to the municipality after we had the funds gathered, and the municipality would get sort of on board. That's I don't get the in-betweenness. And So anyhow, and I'm sure you don't have the answers for
I think I've heard of two consistent kind of questions or thoughts that we can be thinking about. That one is around, are there other revenue opportunities? And what are the things that we need to have in place to ensure we can take advantage of those opportunities? If there's policies that need to be revisited or added, or so I think that was one thought. The other thought, of course, is around our reserve policy. So we are taking note, and I do want to have an opportunity afterwards to ask Director Donaldson and our clerk how to summarize those two pieces as a next step. I do think I saw Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, and that's through the chair. Excellent presentation, Mark. Thank you very much. What I really like is showing what the taxes are per 100,000 for Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, and everything else like that, because you can explain to your taxpayer that lives on Lake Muskoka, you're paying 148.75 cents per 100,000. If you lived in Bracebridge on side of Muskoka Lakes, you'd be paying 533.88 cents. Or if you lived in Gravenhurst, you'd be paying 499.52. Or if you lived on Skeleton Lake, you'd be paying 473.47. If we put that and put the education tax on and the district tax for each one and show them, you're getting a pretty good deal living in Muskoka Lakes, because we haven't been looking after our services. We're looking at service, oh, we can cut this, we cut this. I look at the 10-year budget. There were stoves supposed to be going in Windermere. I see they're pushed to next year. You can always push something down the road until it falls apart. And then say, oh, level of service, we got to stop. If we were paying $212.32, which is Lake of Bays, which is the next lowest one, what would we be doing? We could do what we were asking for, put the stoves in and everything else like that. And that we always say to staff, here is what you come in at the budget. And I don't like percentages. I think you mentioned something, Saskatchewan are not even using them now because it's so off kilter. If we were saying dollar for dollar and that, like I say, we haven't been keeping up because we tell staff, oh, cut it back, another 100,000 here, 100,000 there. Our reserves, as was mentioned, are low. We should be building them. We know we have to build fire stations and that. Since I've been on council, that's 14 years. We had to put $100,000 a year in towards fire stations. We'd have 1.4 million now. But we've been, plus the interest that we would get. And every time we push something to next year, it costs more. I look at Raymond Hall, it was 225. And then it went up to 250,000 because we waited a year. We just keep pushing stuff down, and that we should have the courage to say, look, if we went up to $175 per 100,000 this year, what could we do? And that, but I think that is the best way to explain to our constituents, and that they're getting a pretty good deal here. Thank you.
I think we all like this chart. Councillor Bosenworth.
I hate to be someone throwing water on that theory. The reason we have such a low rate is because the value of our properties are very high. If you want to make that chart meaningful, you need to put in average assessed value and multiply the average assessed value by the tax rate to see the average taxes paid. And we don't have those numbers, but it would be very interesting to see them. I don't know what it will yield, but of course our rate is low. We've got $10 billion worth of assessed value. It's 37% of the whole district. Our rates are going to be very low. How much do we actually pay in taxes for the services we get? The only comparable that I'm aware of. Get the average assessment, figure out what the average tax bill is.
Yes, I was looking to see if Director Donaldson wanted to say anything.
Yeah,
but no,
I'd like
okay.
an answer on that.
Uh,
Also, what are the taxes collected for each of the other municipalities? In other words, what are their budgets and that?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head
No,
exactly,
if
but
we
they're
could
gonna
get
be,
them and just explain, because like I say, and that I've seen them and that we just keep pushing stuff back year after year. And I talked to somebody else who lives somewhere else, and their taxes are almost double what they are here for almost the same assessment. So, thank you.
yeah, and
Thank you.
I don't have their tax levy now. I would say they're in the order of magnitude. The towns are probably higher than our total levy because they offer more services in some respects than we do. And I certainly take Councillor Bosenbar's point. You're absolutely right. When you get down to dollars, absolute dollars in terms of what I'm paying, Muskoka Lake resident has a property value that's higher than others. The comment on the rate is really is if you were to take a property value worth X and it was worth the same in Muskoka Lakes, it would be less, but in absolute dollars, you're right. The amount that is actually paid out of pocket would be higher. But I think the point is that I'm trying to make in this chart is that when we talk about increases and percentage increases, the assessment discussion is also omitted from that conversation as well. It's really only a comment that's made in the headline about the rate.
Thank you. And I think I just want to go back to about an hour ago, an hour and a half ago in your presentation on that particular slide. I think you had mentioned that this is intended to try and add information to our discussion, our communication out to the public if they see a variety in our tax rate that is being communicated out in the public, but it doesn't change at all how we are conducting our business today. Right. So I don't see any other hands. Any other hands, questions, comments? Councillor Nishikawa?
Well, again, I don't want to focus anymore during the whole budget conversations about other municipalities, because first of all, their debt levels are very different than ours. And again, as Mark had said, the services that they provide, again, we provide for most people garbage pickup and roads. So let's not make it, we don't have pools or we don't have a great amount of amenities and things. And so I don't necessarily want to compare us to those towns.
Okay, so we had a general loose plan, which has been thrown out the window. I had intended originally to start a portion of the capital before we took a break for lunch. I think this has been a really important conversation though, and I suspect that some of the questions we may have as we hear the capital and then operating budget, we may have addressed upfront here. Don't want to jinx that. So I think just from a flow standpoint, let's take our lunch now. We will resume at 1 o'clock and we will be focusing then on our capital budget and then moving right into the operating budget at that point. Prior to that, when we come back, I will have had an opportunity to connect with Director Donaldson and our clerk to understand there was a few key things that came out of there and just if there's a way or if there's a need and how we incorporate that into next steps. So thank you. And we will see everybody at 1. Okay, we are resuming at 1:02. Welcome back, committee. Welcome back, staff. And upon discussion with Director Donaldson, I think what we're going to continue to do is focus on today's agenda, which is go through the capital. We will review the capital after we've finished that section, and we'll close that off. If there's any amendments, we'll discuss those at the end of the capital portion. We'll follow the same model as we go into the operations. And then at the very end of the day, we will discuss a next step or a possible next step for the reserves. So with that said, I would like to introduce who's up first? I've got the wrong presentation in front of me. From staff, is it?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
myself, Sarah, and Mark.
Okay, well, welcome to the podium. Thank you. And just as staff is coming to the podium, one of the approaches we are going to take is we're going to try to bundle a few of the presentations together. So at the end of, I believe it's the HR presentation, I will stop. I will then ask questions based upon the presentations we've received, any comments. Once we've finished that conversation, then we'll move on to the next staff presentation. So we'll try to bundle things to keep things moving along. Welcome.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Mazan, and good afternoon, committee. The legislative services and council capital requirements are minimal in scope compared to those of my colleagues. However, they are vital to the transparent administration of municipal business. We do not foresee any specific capital requirements for 2025. In the next 10 years, we anticipate capital priorities that will include updating the strategic plan, reviewing of council remuneration, and upgrades to document storage requirements as technology and storage needs evolve. Thank you.
Okay, so for financial services, a lean process exercise focuses on identifying and eliminating waste within a workflow to improve efficiency and value. It draws from lean management principles, which aim to streamline processes and enhance productivity. Key elements of a lean process, just for those who may not be familiar with them, is, is to identify where the value lies and ensuring efforts on activities truly add value, and then mapping out the workflows to show all the steps from start to finish and identify any areas of waste or inefficiency, and then identify any non-value activities and assess where they occur in the process, then developing alternative methods, which could involve simplifying processes, automating processes, or reorganizing tasks, and then implementing the change and monitoring their effectiveness over time. We're proposing this to be completed over 2 years. It would involve most, if not all, of the departments within the organization, but would certainly be led by the financial services area. With respect to IT, the IT strategic plan, back on finance, IT strategic plan, replacement of the current financial system was identified as a priority in that report that was presented to council some years ago. The area's treasurer's group is currently defining business requirements and needs, and we are also conducting market research to identify vendors. As you can appreciate, the municipal sector is quite specific, so there are very few players in this space. Demonstrations have already been scheduled, and we're looking at software vendors to evaluate their user experience and see how their functionality works. So if this were to be approved in the 10-year plan, we're looking at 2026, and the area group would develop an RFP and assemble an implementation team. Resourcing of a project of this size is probably one of the most critical success factors, and it would most definitely be a multi-year project. And what is included in the 10-year plan today is a rough estimate and a placeholder, and we will certainly refine that estimate with future iterations of the capital budget. For IT, most of the IT equipment in the building and the locations surrounding in the township were purchased when the township ceded from the district IT services in 2017, 2018. So they are now end of life and require replacement, and also updating for enhanced security purposes. The access points, which allow secure wireless connection, needs to be updated. We're also looking at the phone system in 2025. It's also in need of some updating, and we're looking at different options as to whether updating or replacement is the most cost effective. The phone system was required in about 2019 and has had improved reliability since we introduced fiber services to the township office. Communications has also proposed that we refresh the website, and that would be in concert with our host provider, and it would certainly look to in ways to enhance the ability to find information and functionality on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So the only capital item that HR budgets for is the market compensation review done with a consultant every 5 years. But in a recent resolution, there was agreement to move the schedule to 4 years, which has not been adjusted in the documents before you.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there any questions? Comments? Everybody satisfied with that? Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question to Ms. Hollows, what's the difference between document storage and record management?
Think through you, well, I guess we don't have rules, so I don't have to do that. Councillor Roberts, document storage is the physical storage of documents and records. That could be physically in a building within the township. It also could reference storage in a cloud or in a computer or in a server, any of those things. So it's the storage and the retaining of the documents. A records management program is a system whereby there's maybe 12 to 15 categories, and documents are assessed and placed in a storage category. It's called TOMRUMS. Actually, it's a system that we purchased and that most municipalities use. It like I say, it categorizes the documents for storage so people can find them handily. It also applies a suggested retention to those documents. So in other words, we keep them for a certain length of time. That time is evaluated by the manager, also by the TOMRUM system, by our auditor, often our lawyer, and we are in the works of looking at destroying those documents that are beyond their retention. So one's a system and the other's a storage.
Thank you. The second question, Chair.
Yes.
Lean methodologies or processes, Mr. Donaldson. During our recent strategic planning, writing of our strategic plan, we talked about measurements. Would measurements be part of this lean process? And also, then I have a second part to that one.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Donaldson.
So thank you. So to my knowledge, not specifically, would there be any specific outcomes measured in terms of performance indicators? It's more just about evaluating a process and identifying where there might be steps that could be eliminated. A lot of times paper flows back and forth between people in many different times and many different stages, and there's probably ways you can streamline things and make operations more efficient, but I don't think there's any performance indicators per se that come out of that, to my knowledge.
Okay, so for my second question, a follow-up, when would we be staff be addressing some of those strategies we had about measurements that were talked about?
So are we talking about broadly, like from the strategic plan? Councillor Roberts?
Yes, I'm talking. Yes, we said we one of the things we thought would be beneficial to help would be measurements of deliverables, and so I'm just wondering if it's not in this budget, when would we go look at it? That 2026?
CAO Pink.
Thank you, through the chair. If I'm understanding correctly, I think what you're looking for, staff intends myself to bring an annual report to council on progress of implementing the strategic plan. And we would report on those key deliverables highlighted and staff's progress.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we will move right on now to economic development and community grants. Welcome, Director Huss.
Thank you, Chair. So capital for the Economic Development and Community Grant Division relates primarily to the public realm projects that have been identified in the Muskoka Lakes Community Improvement Plan, as well as in the Township's Economic Development Strategy. So for 2025, there are a few projects that have been included. These include viewing decks, lighting of Bala Falls, an update to the Economic Development Strategy, as well as some Bala signage. In terms of 10-year projects, there's a number of those also included. My understanding is that there was a report in August to Council that evaluated a number of these projects, identified those that were primarily grant dependent. Those were removed from the 10-year capital project, and the remainder was kept in. And so examples of that has railings and banners and streetscapes, etc.
Okay. Committee. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor
Thank
Nishikawa.
you. Thank you, Chair, and through you. So the two that are obviously grant dependent, can we get a status of that? Is there any sense of where that is, what we might expect, or is that in the offing? It's just down the road in 2025 question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Chair. So my understanding is that we will continue to pursue grant opportunities for those projects that were identified. And as we have the ability to be successful in those, then they would come forward to Council.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa. Sorry, CAO Pink.
No, I was just.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Again, about those projects. I've heard from the public a lot more about the lighting of the falls and concerns, I guess, of, our whole strategic plan about lights and all of that sort of thing. But also, and as one of those users of 169 in the wintertime, and I'm the only car on the road going home at night after curling kind of thing, it's so dead. I'm not sure what we're doing for what time of year and how much money we're going to spend for the summer months versus the rest of the year. And actually who we're hoping that's going to appreciate this. It's a concern because we really don't have a population actively using Bala throughout the winter months.
Okay, so for that specific project, the lighting of the falls, that is in this year's capital. Do we have a sense as to what line item that is? And how much that is?
Through the Chair, my understanding is it's about $40,000.
Okay.
And I see a note in the August report that it's anticipated to proceed only following the completion of the viewing decks at the falls. So have that completed and then go on to the lighting. Excuse me.
Okay, so if it's $40,000 that's currently in the capital program.
Yep.
It's a staged project, and that we do the viewing decks and then possibly the lighting. And what I'm hearing from one of our councillors, I got some nods from you, just that possibly the lighting, we'd maybe want to reevaluate that specific portion of the project. Is that fair? Yes.
Not just the viewing decks as well. It's been interesting to note how people are using the space,
Okay.
regardless of whether it's a viewing deck or not. And so personally, if I was to ask somebody in the room, would you rather have your road fixed or would you rather have a viewing deck? It's the road. And I really want to highlight that people are already viewing, they're observing. We have a viewing deck, a better viewing deck, quite frankly, where the hydro plant is, if you want to look down the river, because otherwise we're building this thing, but it's kind of blocked. Like it's there's other obstacles in the way, so I don't think that it's an urgency that we need to work on this. It could be something moved down the road and it won't impact the quality of life of residents.
Right, okay. Councillor Zavitz, I see, and then Councillor Bozeman.
Well, thank you. And through you certainly to councillors' points. I would have thought that this would come back once the funding, if it were to be in place, and we would discuss it then. Is that correct? Or we're not debating this today? Or are we?
I believe this is in the actual 25 capital plan, which is why Councillor Nishikawa is bringing it up as possibly. I heard a deferral. Let's maybe wait a year and see if that's a possible next step.
If I might, through you, that wasn't my understanding based on the notes from staff that we are awaiting a granting before we would proceed, or if we're gonna proceed either way, because I would certainly support her comments. I would like to make those same points exactly.
I'm not sure that these ones were grant dependent, but I'll ask CAO Pink to clarify.
To Mr. Cox or myself to confirm, but my understanding is we are anticipating a grant next year, or that a grant opportunity will arise that would fund that project. That is the intention. What I can also remind committee of is we will be updating the community improvement plan. I would guess to back up, note that these projects were identified in the community improvement plan through engagement with the community. However, should there be a desire to change course, we will be reviewing and updating that community improvement plan to include and update our attainable housing program. Through that process, we could look at these projects. It may be prudent, should committee there be a consensus to agree, to put on hold those projects for an additional year to go through that CIP update to determine whether they still wish to remain in the plan or be removed. That's helpful.
Thank you, that was helpful. Okay. So I'm hearing from two members of the community that we'd like to either defer or put a hold on that decision until we have a further update of the CIP program for next year's possible consideration. I'd like to do a straw poll from committee members. Is that something, are we willing to take these two initiatives out of this year's capital plan and put them as a hold for next year? Straw poll?
Yeah.
I have to see hands up, sorry. 1, 2. I think okay, so that's a straw poll. That will be part of our amendment at the end. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Sorry, Councillor Bozemarth.
Just for my clarification, when it gets into this budget, we've essentially approved it. And will we get another opportunity?
No.
We've approved it, I guess it stays in the budget. But we do get another opportunity to question whether we want to spend the money at the time or not. Because, you know, I'm looking for an answer. I believe that's true. We don't, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we have to spend it. We will get another opportunity to assess it at the time of expenditure.
CAO Pink. Oh, Director Donaldson.
So thank you. So not in all cases. So where there's a significant investment, there are thresholds in the procurement bylaw that require matters to come back to council for confirmation. But for matters that would be of this price range, then no. But once it's in the budget, then it's basically tasking staff to move forward.
Yeah, supplemental, just what are those limits roughly?
I believe it's over $75,000 where there's a tender. Again, I'll be updating the procurement bylaw in the coming year, so these numbers will probably change depending on the recommendation and acceptance of council. 70,000 for tenders, and I believe it's over 35,000 for RFPs. So depending on how this gets scoped and marketed, it may or may not fall within those thresholds, but those would be the thresholds where it would come back to council.
Sorry, just quickly to add, and I apologize, Director Donaldson, if I missed it, but another item would return for council approval should a grant be approved. Staff has been delegated the authority to apply for those grants, but would still return to council for permission to enter into that agreement. So there would be another avenue besides, in addition to the procurement.
So is it if I rephrase that, it sounds like something, you know, if we're gonna be spending, let's say 100 or more, council will get another chance to decide yes or no. Is that relatively fair?
If
Did I
it,
interpret it that way?
if it's something like a tender, so when the chief buys an expensive piece of fire apparatus, he comes back and gets ratification from council to proceed with awarding the tender because it's over that threshold that I mentioned. So in those circumstances, CAO Pink is correct in terms of if there's a grant, we need council's authority to enter into a funding agreement. So that's a kind of on the funding side, not on the expenditure side. But generally speaking, if something is included in the budget, that's being interpreted that staff have the authority to move forward with that expenditure, subject to the requirements of the procurement bylaw.
Thank you.
Sort of along the line, well, no. Goodness, thought it was near with what I was talking about, but more importantly, so the running totals, will we be able to have an opportunity to find out at the end that, say, for instance, after today, we saved $1 million, and can we then say, go to roads? I'm just using that, but that's exactly what I'm thinking about. So just, sorry, I just feel like our focus needs to be different than some of the items that we have. And so I will be looking at having that kind of conversation, but how do we get that money moved over towards a different department?
Just want to make sure I'm following this. While I appreciate that we want to make sure we spend the money in the right place and that's how we want to budget for it. If I understood correctly, this particular project, it's cash in and cash out, isn't it? Cash coming in from a grant, cash going out in terms of an expenditure, and there's no budget impact at all, whether we do it or not. Or maybe I'm wrong. Director Donaldson.
So as I mentioned this morning, so we haven't included any consideration for application-based grants in the fiscal plan. So this would be an expenditure from the CIP reserve in the absence of any grant being received. If the other items that we took out of this particular capital budget, they were fully dependent on receiving external grants. So that was why we removed them from the budget, because we didn't want there to be any overinflated sense of how much our expenditures were going to be at this time, because we didn't know if they would proceed. If they didn't get a grant, we wouldn't proceed. In this case, I think it's more on the likelihood it would proceed, and a grant would just help to offset those costs.
So from a process standpoint, we are doing a straw poll, but we have time to reflect. We have a chance to keep going through these presentations, and at the end, we're going to summarize these again. So if people need time to think a little bit further about this part of the conversation, I think this has provided some clarity as to these particular items, and those that are fully dependent upon grant have been removed. Those that are kind of complemented, hopefully by some grant support, have been included in this. So I think what we just took a straw poll on is 2 of these initiatives we have heard we'd like to have it deferred for another year from this part of the capital budget. Okay, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you for that clarification. I'm certainly glad, this point came up. And just to address this piece, to Councillor Nishikawa's point, I too feel exactly the same way in terms of roads, and save her continually mentioning it for the next hours. Is there a way for this committee or through straw polling to get a sense that we as an entity are very interested in save this budget over here, allocating X additional dollars very specifically for roads? So I don't know how you're going to get there from here, but I'd like to go on record as acknowledging her comments and saying I would certainly agree with that notion.
So I think if we can continue to go through all of the capital plan that staff have put forward from each of their departments, I think we've all heard, and probably there's a lot of shared feeling about making sure our core assets are taken care of. That can be probably a better conversation as we have a discussion on reserves. And as a reminder, this is step 1 of the budget. We will be coming back again in the tail end of November. So we have time to make sure we get this right as we look to next year. So my recommendation is let's have that more fulsome discussion again when we are talking about reserves. And let's go through these initiatives now, the capital program, as per staff's kind of work in preparation for today's budget. But your comment has been noted, so. I forgot that you're doing, I was supposed to let you bundle and I forgot that you're doing a few, so what I might.
I'm not done now.
No, you're not done yet. That was the easy one. So perhaps you can do your next few slides. When you're finished your portion, we'll pause and then I'll open it up for questions as a whole then.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the next division that we're discussing is the building division. And again, this is obviously primarily related to costs associated with administering the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code. Again, as a reminder, all of the expenses that are incurred in the building department are paid for by the fees that we collect for the building department and the reserves that we obtain. And so for 2025, really the only two expenditures that we're anticipating is furniture replacement and an annual vehicle replacement. So I understand that this is something that's done on an annual basis in the department, just to make sure that the vehicles are maintained in proper working condition. We allow other departments to borrow the older vehicles as we get new ones in. And so it's a benefit to other departments, the planning department particularly. In terms of 10-year capital projects, again, getting back to the records management review and digitization of large format drawings, we have a number of boxes of plans in various locations. And so we would like to scan those and get them into a format that could be more easily accessible to staff as needed. And again, vehicle replacements. So moving on from building, the next one is bylaw enforcement. Again, excuse me, the capital expenditures related to this is obviously related to facilitating and carrying out bylaw enforcement for the municipality. As you know, short-term rental project is beginning at the beginning of 2025. And with that, we anticipate that we'll need to purchase one new vehicle for the new licensing officer to facilitate the additional inspections that will be required for that program. And then again, as part of the 10-year major capital priorities, again, also vehicle replacements. And planning, again, not a lot of capital for the planning department. We do consider large studies like the comprehensive zoning bylaw update to be a capital project because it's a one-off and it's a fairly extensive project. So that's for the 2025 budget, even though it's already started now. And then again, within 10 years, we'll be looking at opening up again the official plan review process again, as well as the associated zoning bylaw update as well. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Huff. Committee questions, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. It's just for me, ensuring that even that vehicle purchase for the short-term rental agreement thing, I thought that all of that should be coming out of the funds that we're going to miraculously take in. And so that's where I thought that vehicle should be attached to that. And I see it's not. So that's.
Okay. Director Donaldson.
So we have, it flows, and I apologize for the way the money has to flow, but we have to flow it the way we record it. So we get the short-term rental fee in through operating. We then make a transfer to the reserve through operating, and then it is funded through the reserve. So that truck is our vehicle, is actually funded from the fees, because there is an allocation to transfer an additional $50,000 from short-term rental license fees to the reserve to fund.
Thank you. Councillor Bosemark.
Thank you. I've always sort of wondered, certainly in other jurisdictions, about the gap between the function and the vehicle. And so, you know, in the city, they seem to be aligned. The parking guys drive little tiny cars or relatively small cars because that's all they got to do is get around. And so I mean, question is in the case of the short-term rental licensing person, do we need a truck? Is a lower cost car? If all they need is transportation, do we need a truck? Why wouldn't we have a smaller car? So that's really kind of my question. How do we align the actual use with vehicle? Because it seems to me, I don't know if we have any cars, but you know, that's the broader question.
Director
I
Donaldson?
would turn that question to those who drive the roads more than I do.
Okay. It feels, hold on for a second, Councillor Burry. I just wanted if this is a broader kind of fleet analysis discussion, perhaps CAO Pink, if you wanted to.
Thank you, through you. I think staff certainly can look at whether the vehicle needs to be a truck. I think you might have noticed the first additional vehicle by law enforcement staff when the departments merged was actually a Chevy Trax, which is a smaller vehicle, I think serves the purpose. But the only item I would note at this point is it may be somewhat used for multiple purposes. It might not necessarily entirely be used for short-term rental. By law enforcement staff could utilize the vehicle as well while they're on proactive patrols or also doing their duties. One of which is the retention of any dogs. So there is a need sometimes to have space in the back for the performance of those duties.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you. I have an overall fleet question. Why do we buy as opposed to lease? And have we ever looked at outsourcing fleet management so that you cycle your vehicles through? You've got really good controls. There are some larger municipalities than us that have done this and have realized significant savings. You know, we're going to have to start looking at smaller cars, smaller vehicles, smaller emissions. It helps us on our climate path, as opposed to putting in one EV. But I wonder if we might want to take a look at fleet in its entirety. And ours isn't as bad as the upper tier, which is where I've got real problems. But you know, we should be looking at. There are lots of options out there, and there's people that do this for a living and can save money.
Okay, so we are taking note as
Perfect.
mentioned.
That's all I'm asking. I
Notice
see the
I'm
CAO
leaning.
frantically writing down, so I'm assured that it's there.
It's actually more importantly on our clerk's list right now to make sure that we review this at the very end as possible options, right? So not that yours isn't important, sorry. But I do want to make sure, that the idea is captured so we can discuss it a bit further. Because any other questions for Director Huff? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just follow up to Councillor Burry's comment. I think when you do that, I think we should be doing that whole fleet reassessment of what we do. But one thing is carpooling. So is there opportunity for 3 or 4 people or 2 or 3 people to share a car in their job performance or job tasks? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Huff, I think that's it for you right now. Thank you very much. Okay, move on to emergency services, please.
Good afternoon, committee. So the emergency services capital budget is a budget that focuses basically on our 2 primary concerns, which is emergency services and our response and our emergency management plan. This budget focuses on the health and safety investments in the equipment for service members. That's what you'll see as a key investment, ensuring that all the equipment that we currently have meets a best practice and all the rolling stock are maintained in a readiness state that supports the mandate of the service established in the E&R bylaw as set by this council. The capital priorities for 2025 are replacement to continue to replace our fire vehicles as the ENR bylaw points to. In a 20-year service life, a fire pumper is required in Minette. Upgrading the RPAS, which is a remote piloted aircraft system, which is a drone. That is a device that this council approved for us to use in 2019, and we have had a lot of usefulness with that device. Upon recent training, it was established that the current drone that we have is meeting its end of its useful life based on its battery and its motor requirements. Also in our capital priorities is a replacement of Car 1, which is a command vehicle. As will be noted to council, if you read this on the page, our command vehicle also serves 2 lives. So we, upon my arrival in 2019, we looked at our vehicles and we said, maybe we could use these vehicles again in another useful capacity. So for the first 5 years of that half-ton's life, it serves as a full-time a device for our command and control for our full-time staff. And then the next 15 years, it serves in a fire station as a rescue unit. And then also in the capital priorities, you'll see a replacement of our breathing air compressor in the Port Carling station, as is required under the Health and Safety Act to maintain good breathing air. It was recommended and it has met its useful life in policy. In the 10-year major capital priorities, we have placed into the 10-year forecast moving forward with 3 fire stations and in continuing to invest in 17 large fire apparatus following the fire underwriter's schedule, which is referenced in the ENR bylaw. But going back to the 3 fire stations, this is obviously up for debate with council as we go forward with the level of service study. Council may decide at its prerogative to maintain that or to reduce that level. And exhaust extractors. So this is a requirement that was highlighted in a cancer prevention report that I gave to council, I want to say back in April, where we highlighted that it was both a master plan recommendation in 2014 and then again in 2022, when we received our next fire master plan, to put exhaust extractors in the fire stations to meet the cancer prevention checklist. There are 2 other capital projects that I will highlight just briefly. One is storage gear grids for our gear in our fire stations. This optimizes our space, allowing us to move our gear anywhere we can in the building, allowing us to wash our vehicles and to place the gear in places where it will not be in the direct line of the exhaust from the vehicles. And I believe there is one other project, but it escapes me right now. I now stand for your questions.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Chief Morrell. Next up, Mr. Whitfield, how are you? I didn't see you back there. Welcome.
Hiding at my little desk.
Good question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. Happy to be here. So yeah, for those, I've met everyone earlier in my tenure, but I've been now at the library for 8-9 months, and I'm happy to report on our capital budget requests for next year and the next 10 years. So the library's, historically, the library's budget capital requests have always been devoted to collections. And so that is continuing for next year with a look to increase our digital resources and databases, as well as expanding on our Library of Things, which is an initiative a lot of libraries are undertaking, which is expanding their collections to go outside of just regular books or DVDs and offer fishing poles, hiking gear, snow shoes, and those sorts of things. So that is something that we will be looking to undertake, as well as upgrading technology and furnishings where needed. And then our 10-year major capital priorities, the board, we're still developing at the moment our strategic plan for 2025 to 2029, as well as based on the reviews of the level of service study. We're going to be looking at potentially ways to expand our services through pickup and drop off locations or bookmobile. So those are things that will be coming down the pike. So just expect to see me here next year with a bigger ask. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Bosemore.
This is sort of a broad question about
Just a broad question. I don't remember the exact number of users that we have, but I think it's a few thousand here and there. I was just wondering on a, cost per loan basis, how would we compare to other municipalities of our size?
On a cost per loan of sort of what our, I'll have to pull up those exact stats, but we did recently do a value of service just sort of internally with the library, and our return on investment was for every $1 invested in the library through council, there was return on investment of about close to 300%. So for every $1 we generated through community value, close to $3.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa?
Mostly, I just want, in my too many years on budgeting, library was one that we didn't touch because it's a separate entity. It's on its own. So.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Clucci, you and your team. You have a significant portion of this budget.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and you saved the best for last.
Best for last.
See, yeah. So the Operational Services Department is made up of the following divisions. Under Parks, Recreation and Facilities, we have cemeteries, swimming, parks, community centers, arenas, facility maintenance, and trails. And under Public Works, we have administration, township equipment, roads, and bridges and culverts. So when we prepare the capital and operating budgets, staff consider the following recommendations contained in the following plans, reports, and studies: the road needs study, the OSIM bridge and culvert structural assessments, transportation master plan, the asset management plan, parks and recreation master plan, building condition assessments, arena feasibility study, climate adaptation plan, parks and trails standards manual, strategic plan, fire hall location study, and fire master plan. These plans, reports, and studies include capital recommendations of more than $200 million, with a total replacement cost of over $600 million for our assets. In addition, staff consider the legislative requirements contained within the following laws, acts, and regulations in considering the capital and operating budget priorities: Minimum Maintenance Standards, Highway Traffic Act, Bridges Act, Lakes and Rivers Improvement Act, Ontario Underground Infrastructure Notification Act, Municipal Act, and about 25 others, which we have to monitor for changes. I will now ask Corey Moore, Manager of Parks, Recreation, Facilities, and Tim Sopko, the Manager of Public Works, to present their respective parts of the budget, and we can ask questions after each section. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, committee. I'll start with cemeteries. As you'll find with a lot of our assets, their capital plan is going to be related to the implementation of the asset management plan and ensuring we're keeping our public places safe for those attending them. For cemeteries in 2025, our capital priorities include a new back gate to the Torrance Cemetery and replacing the Allswater Cemetery fencing. A lot of our cemeteries still have the old barbed wire fencing, so a lot of the 10-year capital plan focuses on upgrading them to current days products. As well, we have consideration in the 10-year plan for more columbariums if needed. Yeah, and some improvements to site furniture and signage, etc., over the next 10 years for cemeteries. Next slide. So 2024 for cemeteries, we obviously got to install the new columbarium in Fort Carling, which was exciting, and we've started selling niches there. And then to the right there, we have a picture of the fence improvements we made at the Milford Bay Cemetery, and that would be kind of the standard we see moving forward. Pictures down below are the Allswater Cemetery, where we're
hoping to make those fencing improvements this coming year. Next slide. Parks. So obviously, we have the new Parks and Recreation, Parks and Trails Master Plan that we are working on implementing. 2025, I would say a lot of our priority and focus is going to be on docks and wharves, boat ramps. We have a couple big ticket items in this area. Two in particular, the Bemoris dock and the Windermere Wharf floating docks are scheduled for replacement this year. Committee may recall, originally Windermere Wharf floating docks we had separated into 2 years, but we've looked to combine that into just doing it all at once, save some of those costs that we see with setup and everything. As Director Donaldson had mentioned it, we did push back a few items as we wait for the completion of the level of service study to find the dollars to make that work. Other than that, we have some smaller tasks planned for 2025, updating parks signage and a couple smaller floating docks. 10-year capital plan. We've got playground improvements scheduled at a number of our parks, more boat ramps and more docks. And then you'll see towards the later end of the 10-year plan, we've got some placeholders there for our big concrete wharfs as well too. We get those engineered, studied every 2 years, so we'll continue to monitor those and change anything in the 10-year plan if required. Next slide. 2024, I think, was a really exciting, good year for parks. Particularly, I think the Jaspin Park Playground was a huge success. We were also able to make some other improvements to some of our ball diamonds, redoing the infields, some smaller amenities in parks. We were able to put life rings at beaches, dog stations at parks, etc. I think it was a pretty good, successful year. And then obviously looking into 2025, we've got some images of a few of those docks and a few of those boat ramps that have just reached the end of their life. Next slide. Community centers. 2025. We've got a few items on store for community centers. We've heard from a lot of hall boards about tables and chairs and needing to upgrade those. So we'd like to do that in conjunction with all of them. A few of our sound systems, particularly Port Carling, are pretty dated and are very frustration for users using those. So we have a good example now in Milford Bay of a system that worked well, easy to use, modern. So we'd like to replicate that. Looking over to the 10-year, obviously we've got some kitchen upgrades that have come our way, and then some ongoing maintenance from the asset management plan, roof repairs, generators, etc. Next slide. 2024, again, I think was pretty good. We got some exciting things done. In Torrance in particular, we were able to refurbish the outdoor rink, fix the boards, clear back some brush, new basketball nets, add pickleball courts. We were able to clean all of our existing courts, as well as some of our playgrounds. They were getting a little dirty, so we needed to add some TLC to them. And then obviously at Walker's Point in Milford Bay, we were able to add the outdoor AED stations, which was very nice to have for the communities as well. And then obviously looking at 2025, some of those items I had mentioned, sound system, tables, chairs, etc. Next slide. Arenas. 2025, we plan on updating the Bala Arena score clock. Unfortunately, it's just got to the point where there's too many bulbs missing and you can't keep track of time or score on it. And unfortunately, it's too dated to be able to just replace with kind of pieces and parts here and there. They don't exist anymore. We've got some smaller items for arenas. As we know, we are looking at some bigger ticket items throughout the 10-year plan. This year's fairly minimal as we work towards completion of the level of service study where we can then dig into the arena feasibility study a little bit more again. So just some small items, general maintenance, repair to keep the arenas going. 10-year plan, we've obviously got lots of big ticket items to decide on, floors, roofs, compressors, etc. So next slide. 2024, not to be forgotten, we did order a new Zamboni. It hasn't come in yet. We anticipate to receive it in January, which is exciting. That will be electric, so our crew's really looking forward to that. We got a pump that we replaced in the plant room. And obviously our crew, we did some painting in the arena to give it a nice freshen up. Looking into 2025, you would have saw one of the items was working on the port carling slab. We're starting to notice more and more cracking, heaving of the boards, etc. So in the short term, as we work towards a long-term decision and solution, in the short term, we definitely want to try to manage that the best we can and fill those cracks for the time being to prevent any immediate damage. Next slide. Facilities. So moving into 2025, we've got some smaller items that we'd like to continue. Some siding at the Footsbay Fire Hall, the carpet in the main office area of this building is getting very worn, especially on the stairs. Then there's a couple larger items. We'd like to conduct building condition assessments on our community centers and administration buildings to get a better understanding of the long-term needs for them. And as Chief Morrell had mentioned, the Port Carling Fire Hall with the diesel recapture units, starting to implement that from the recommendations in the fire location study. And then obviously 10-year plan for fire halls. We've got 2 in the 10-year capital budget currently scheduled for replacement. We updated those numbers in the capital plan based on the recommendations in the fire location study. And then obviously we've identified some needs in the public works garages as well too, some upgrades there too, just to freshen them up. Next slide. 2024, we were able to do some improvements security-wise to the municipal office building, as well as the library in Bala. We were able to reshingle the boathouse in Milford Bay. And then obviously 2025, kind of a visual of those recapture units, what they look like, and the stairs where we'd look to replace the carpet with to match the existing flooring throughout the office. Next slide. Trails, we don't have anything for 2025 capital wise. Obviously we will still have our operating maintenance of them. Over the last number of years, we've been doing a lot of good work in getting the trails into a good position. 10-year outlook, we obviously want to just continue to maintain them, some resurfacing, bridge work where needed, etc. Next slide. This past year, we were able to do some improvements, particularly at the Huckleberry Rock Trail. We were able to restain the pavilion shelter, give it a fresh look, and we were able to install the entrance gate for the snowmobile trail that we can open for their use in the winter, but close off in the busy summer months to prevent people from accessing with their vehicles. And then 2025, we'll continue working with staff to just ensure we brush back our trails, keep them in a good spot. Next slide. And I think that's it for me for now. Turn it over to you, Chair, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. You had quite a bit of work there.
Yeah, I tried to get through it fairly quickly, but
It shows you the magnitude of the work that's being done by your team. So thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to Corey. So Corey, 25069, which is the building condition assessment of $200,000. You know, the first line, hire a consultant. So I guess I would love it if you could explain to me how this meshes with all the other master plans and all the other introspective analysis we've been doing, this is yet another $200,000. I'm wondering how it feeds into all the information we currently have and are about to with arenas, community centers, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Chair. Right now, committee's aware we have the asset management plan, and the information we gather from that is based on kind of the recommended useful life of certain amenities within those buildings. As we did with the fire location study, the arena feasibility study, we did condition assessments with those, which give us kind of a real live update onto what we're seeing coming down the pipeline for those needs in those buildings. And what we'd like to do is do a similar approach with the community centers, all of our administration, public facing buildings, so that we have a better idea of kind of how it compares to that asset management plan. Are we on track to renew at the end of the useful life, or is something needed prior to that? And we just think it would assist with some of those decisions or outcomes along with the level of service study. I'm not sure if Director Clucci maybe has anything he'd like to add to that. I see some eyes looking.
Okay. Director Clucci.
Certainly. Thank you, Corey. I just want to add that, it's important. The building condition assessment not only looks at all of the mechanical and major structural aspects of each building, but also sort of looks at the expected replacement time, right? So right now, as Corey mentioned, we're looking at, okay, well, a roof should last 50 years, but no one's really looking at the roof to determine when it should be replaced, right? So we're sort of relying on day-to-day happenings, right? So if the roof starts leaking, then we send someone up to look at the roof and say, oh, it's, needs a repair. But by looking at all the buildings and coming up with a nice 20-year plan, we can better plan all those repairs. So roof replacement, furnace replacement, water heater replacement, they assess every single aspect. And we've already had that done for the fire halls and for the two arenas as part of those studies. So, as you notice from the arena capital, we have a very specific, there's mold removal, there's roof patching. So all those things are very specific based on the building condition assessment. But we've never done those for our community halls, for the public works yards, for this administration building, or for any of the structures that are on the parks.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, supplemental. So is there any kind of a shelf life on this particular ask? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So typically they do a 10-year capital plan, and sometimes they can go out to 20 years with some major components like a roof or a foundation. So, it gives us a good 10-year look at, all the components in the building. It also help us, and later on, if we're looking at, okay, well, which building, if we want to do a major renovation at a building, which one is more worthwhile to do that renovation if, one of them has some major components that have to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to find that in the presentations. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Along the same line, when the presentation first started, I saw the picture of the old fire hall on Walker's Point, or I assumed it was that particular building. I'm not even sure. I think since the very early 2000s, this building we've been trying to get rid of it. We've been trying to do all sorts of things with it. Let's create a new storage thing. And yet people are willing to buy it from us. Like there's been inquiries all the time, same individuals from Walker's Point. They want to buy it. I would hate to think that this building is part of that study. And I'm going to say, for instance, the Heckler Hall, the food bank, those are buildings that we're never going to replace. That's not our intention and things. So I don't know where we stop with the studies on when in fact some of these buildings shouldn't be part of our assets, period, any longer, in my opinion.
Last comment opens up a whole other conversation. So I think I'm going to start with if this
Let's just talk about the fire hall.
Yeah,
like,
well,
or the-
it's actually this study that you're undertaking, and I think you're tasked, what I heard from you, Director Clucci, is that it's every other building that we haven't actually done this analysis of to date. Is that something that would be coming forward to committee, so we'd have the opportunity to participate in the, like other consultation, or is this a technical study that we leave with you?
So again, it is a technical study, but the fire halls were already completed in the fire hall location study. So, that process going forward after we complete the level of service study, then we'll come up with a plan for, the fire halls and, which ones we want to dispose of, which ones we're going to build new ones. This is for all the other buildings. So it would include all the community halls because there has been no decision to get rid of any community halls. The Recreation Master Plan has recommended that we maintain all the community halls and both arenas. So, outside of the level of service study, maybe at that point there will be a determination, but right now, those are our assets. We're maintaining them. So we want to get, a study for all those. And, the smaller buildings like the food bank and like Hecla, they're smaller buildings. So the cost of doing a condition assessment for those will be small compared to some of the bigger buildings like, our public works yard where we have 5 buildings and a big sand dome and all these other things. So, it's more costly to do those. But, in the long run, having a good idea of the condition and knowing what repairs we have to plan for in the next 10 years is important.
Okay, thank you. I see Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. And through you, I just want to make sure we're not trying to do Nick's job for them or anyone's job for them. I mean, part of the responsibility of every one of our department heads is the management, and the management, maintenance, repair, disposition, all of that, of the assets that they're responsible for, whether it's, books in libraries, whether it's buildings, pickup trucks and vehicles. That's part of their responsibility. And it seems to me to be quite a prudent move to periodically have a condition assessment on an immovable like a building. Even if ultimately we know we're going to be disposing of some, it'll help inform us as to what gets disposed, what gets repurposed, and ultimately what something might be worth, sold as land or sold as a building. So I just don't want to go too far down the road of trying to describe how we think the job should get done. We need to set the policy. The responsibility to maintain and manage is that of the heads of each of these departments. And I think this just seems like a kind of a prudent step in that management process.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Moore, Corey. Corey, you have what we did is we went out and asked all the hall boards for their 2025 budget input. And I know from Milford Bay, or I guess for some from Milford Bay, had capital dollars associated with it. I know this the same to be true as well with Raymond. And I'm hoping that we get an opportunity between now and the finishing of this budget to understand the status of those requests. Not all requests can be fulfilled, but I think we owe it to the hall board chairs that they took the time to come up with estimates, which some of them, as you know, or most of them are really operations. Then you can maybe work it out of the operations budget. So the question being, we think from your looking at all those budgets, are they from an operations point of view, do we have the funds to handle them? And for the capital, will any of them get into the 2025 budget?
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Yes, through you, Chair. The councillor is correct. We did reach out. We received the request from each of the hall boards. I haven't got back to each of them individually yet with kind of I would call it a game plan of how we approach each of those items. Because as Councillor Roberts mentioned, about 80% of them end up being kind of more of an operating issue. So we will cover those within the operating budget. Typically, yes, we do have the funds available to make those happen. And we can discuss those maybe a little bit further when we get into the operating side as well. From the capital side, a few of them are in the budget that we see before you today, the draft. The sound systems, the tables and chairs, etc. Other ones that you don't see in there yet, we certainly need to evaluate further, get a better understanding of pricing, etc., and then we can look to include those in future years, unless we've determined they were an absolute need right away, right now. So I'll certainly be working through those with each of the hall boards. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number two, in your report, you talked about updating the parks or trails signage update. And I'm asking the question, what about improving the signages within our parks? I'm thinking about Huckleberry Rock, our trail. And it's a big area, and we used to have white markers on the ground to show people where to go, but they're all over the place, and some do get lost. And so I'm wondering if you're going to improve the signage on some parks and trails.
Yes, through you, Chair. The trails is currently underway. We've got about half of them completed with the new trail signage that was included in this year's capital budget. I myself was able to get out and do the Huckleberry Trail just before Thanksgiving because I knew it gets really busy at that time. So we have our new trail markers up there, and we updated the painting on the rock as well too. So we have both now to help guide visitors in that regard. I think next on the list is working towards the 141 area, the trails out that way. We still have to add the signage to them. In terms of updating the park signage for next year, yes, we would certainly look for improvements, areas where we can improve. We'll rely a lot on the results from the Parks and Trails manual to help guide that signage. We implemented a little bit starting this year already with a few of the wharves and some new signage there. So we'd look to just continue those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's two more, Chair. The sound systems, it's great that being a user of the Port Carling system or not user, I'm glad we're upgrading that and going to make it simple. But I'm thinking, Mr. Moore, about the Peninsula Road sound system. And if my memory serves me correctly, it was a pretty sophisticated system put in by a local group. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Chair, that is correct. They've recently upgraded their sound system and projector and screen. So we do have that included in this year's budget as well. That was a request from their hall board, and it's a lesser amount than the Port Carling Community Center because it won't require as much. But really, it's the main controls we need to just change there to make more user friendly. Right now, they have, I would call it a professional system where you got to be trained and know how to use it. But in terms of the equipment itself, the speakers, etc., all that is good. So it would just be the main controls connecting to those existing items.
Good, thank you. And that does answer my question. So before I first go back to the chair. And Chair, you'll recall that we did have a presentation last spring, early summer about the Windermere Park. And they did refresh their ask for their ideas of how they could partner with the township. And I'm not here requesting that that we make a decision on Windermere Park playground for children, but I want to make sure that or somehow somewhat after the service level review is done and it's deemed that we can move, it would be wise to move forward in this area somehow, that there is money set aside. So if they could get started and hopefully completed in 2025, where would we find that budget? Would we get it out of the park reserve? So I guess it's back to Mr. Moore.
Yes, I think that's probably better with the staff on that question. So.
Yes, through you, Chair, and I'm glad you asked this question because I wanted to make sure that that request hadn't been forgotten. We didn't include it in the budget currently because we haven't decided on it just yet. Committee will recall a lot of that discussion back in the spring involved waiting for the Parks and Trail Standards Manual and the level of service study to be complete to help guide us on that decision-making process. So staff's kind of vision is we would complete those and report back with a staff report upon their completion to provide an update regarding the request, at which time a decision can be made. And I was able to discuss the financial part with Director Donaldson, and I can turn it to him, but he did advise that, yes, we could access those funds from that reserve at any time should council decide to proceed with that project. So it is available to us if we decide to go that route.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, committee? Councillor Rosemore, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, and through you. The topic that I want to talk about is the Windermere Dock. And Mayor Kelly just recently pointed out that we shouldn't be actually doing your job, and I will try not to do it in this case. But I do know something about floating docks because I've been managing a facility since we installed it over 30 years ago, the steel dock system made by Crop Industrial. We park 24 boats there. So it's not small, it's fairly significant. Yeah. And our expected life on that dock is 30 to 35 years. We are approaching 30 years. We've had to do significant, maybe a quarter of that decking has had to be replaced because it's wood, or sometimes it gets damaged, but mainly because it's rotted. So we quite willing to spend money on that. We only had one repair on the steel portion, and they came in and they did it in half a day. It would cost $1,200. It was a leak, the rust had got through. They managed to climb in and fix it. They've also said that you can extend the life by putting bladders in them. So if the steel starts to get too many holes, put in this great big plastic bladder, fill it full of air, and put the top back on, and you've extended the life. This is a $425,000 expenditure. I also do the reserve fund study for this organization. And so every 4 years, I get a quote from Crop Industrial to replace these docks. So 4 years ago, it was 200 and I'm going to say 20 or 30, and it's now 300,000. So that's 300,000 for 24 slips. And we're talking 425 here. The standards might be a little bit higher. I think you're
Councillor Rosenworth.
Yeah. So
I do want to try and keep this at a high level and the
all right,
comment.
so I'm suggesting that a 20-year life seems a little short on this. I know those docks quite well because I go over to Windermere. You do have a ramp problem. The ramps are not properly designed. They've got better designs now. So they go up like this so they don't bang, and they can adjust to water levels. But the rest of the docks, I didn't go look at them carefully, but I would say they're not, they could be extended. And I think we should consider, it's 425,000. My guess is you could get another 5 years out of those without batting an eye. And that's just me, but I do have some experience in this. So that's why I offer that as a suggestion for a committee to consider.
Okay. So a possible deferral of the Windermere Wharf. I will continue to listen to others. Councillor Edwards, sorry, I do know who you are.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
I had questions about the Windermere docks.
Okay.
As well, and that I went and walked them, and I've seen docks in an awful lot worse shape than those ones there. Plus, people are using them almost for private docks now because we let them have a urethane, which should not be. And that, but I see signs there, no parking or that. That's not what they were designed for. I think we could get another year or two out of them. What I am concerned about is the Windermere Community Center. We bumped them to this year for this. Now we bumped them again. And we keep doing this. And that's not fair to the people because I remember when we put the kitchens in Walker's Point, they were up there. And we graciously let Walker's Point have theirs, but it's time to get those in. Well, at least it was passed.
Okay, thank you.
But
so what I'm hearing, I just want to close off on the one thing I heard first. I've heard now from a couple And so we have made note about a possible deferral of the Windermere Wharf dock to perhaps a later date, it sounds like. So I've captured that on the list. A new introduction I'm hearing is the Windermere, and I'm now trying to catch up, is it
Windermere Community Center.
the
Yeah,
kitchen
the
upgrades?
stoves.
Okay, the kitchen. Okay, so just sorry to keep, I just want to close
Okay.
off on one, so we're.
Like, and then all the water, we're pushed to a following year. So now we've got 2027 for them. And that these halls are used. And you know, you talk about consultants coming in and that. They closed the Ullswater Hall because consultants said it was going to cost over $300,000 for all the work on it. When I was elected and the people wanted their hall back, we got some money in. They took the whole roof off of that, prefabbed the roof and put it on, did the ramp and everything for 85,000, and that hall is used continually. Sometimes you get a consultant that is trying to make it like a Taj Mahal. All these people wanted their hall, their stoves and everything else like that. And I think you'll find that in other halls as well as in Ward A, B, and C. So, you know, that's one thing. And the last thing was the fencing at the Ullswater Cemetery. Has there been a problem there? Because there's nobody around that cemetery.
Okay, so I do apologize. I was trying to follow and I should have allowed staff to comment on the dock. So I'm going to
Okay,
ask them
yeah,
to comment on the
sorry,
dock first. I apologize.
Yep.
And then we will come back to the community center and the fence.
Okay. Yes, starting with the docks, as I had mentioned, they were originally split into 2 years, so 2025, 2026. Based on the asset management plan, they've got a condition rating of 2, being poor. They've reached kind of over their expected useful life. We have started replacing the boards on them, but what we're finding when we're doing that is it's hard to get a bite underneath. So it's just telling us that you know, they're starting to go. And as we know with those wooden structures, once they start to go, they tend to go pretty quickly. So it would be, you know, staff's recommendation to keep it in 2025 as we've recommended. To do that, yes, we pushed all the stoves back a year and it bumped everyone, right? It's a chain effect. And the main reason in doing that was going through this Walker's Point situation. We've found out that they're quite expensive. And knowing that we were going through the level of service study, staff just envisioned completing that study first, ensuring we've got a plan moving forward for the long term, and then we can start making those larger investments again. And then the last part was the fencing at Ullswater. Currently, it's all the old barbed wire fencing. I know it's a fairly quiet area, but that's definitely one of the ones where it's older, the gates don't work, etc. So it would be really nice to bring that one up to today's standards.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental, yes?
Ullswater Cemetery, yes, the gates are always open.
Yeah.
They don't even bother closing them. And it's not actually barbed wire, it's the old farm fencing with the square.
wire,
What
yeah.
was it called? Beige wire. Yeah, okay. And that, I think that something like that can be left, like I say, it's different if we had to do, close the gates. It's only the front, you're not closing the sides or the back off.
No.
So you're not preventing anybody going in there. And I don't think there's been any vandalism there.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, again, we're focused. I want to try and understand how to move forward on a few of these items. The idea is, and what we did last year is we do a straw poll to get a general sense on each of these items, if we would like to consider these as amendments to the resolution at the very end. So there are 3 considerations, and I am going to ask for a straw poll on these to help us move forward. We've
May I
heard from
ask a
staff.
question, Chair? Sorry.
If I may continue just doing these 3 items first, and then if you have another question, we can do that. I would like to move forward on these few, if we could first, please. The Windermere Wharf floating docks, we've heard from staff that it's their recommendation to keep them in this year's plan. But we have heard from a couple members of our committee that they think it warrants us deferring it for a couple of years. So I am going to ask the question being, by show of hands, who, just a straw poll, would you like to keep the Windermere Wharf floating docks in this year's capital budget as it is right now? So if the answer is yes, to keep it in the way it is right now, please raise your hand.
This is, I'm not sure. I see 5.
Yeah.
David.
Okay,
Can you
so.
raise again? I was.
Okay, so what this is, the question I'm asking, this is, we're not voting on anything necessarily. As a reminder, we are coming back next month to review this. So this is not a final decision. But what we have just heard from is that staff is recommended to keep the Windermere Wharf floating docks in this year's capital plan. What I heard was from a couple members of committee is they feel that their opinion is that we could defer it for a couple of years. So I'm trying to ask the question by show of hands, straw poll. Would we want this to be considered as an amendment to the capital plan for this year? So the question I'm asking, sorry, is would you like to keep the Windermere Wharf floating docks in the 2025 budget as staff has recommended? If you think that's the right approach, please raise your hand.
4, 5, I count 6.
Okay, so
7.
again, for those who, I just want, like, we still are at this, right? We are coming back next month to talk about the capital plan, but for right now, what we're saying is we're going to keep the Windermere Wharf in this year's capital plan. There's 2 other pieces that were just brought up. I'm going to start first with the Allswater Cemetery fence. Is that something, by show of hands, staff is recommending that it gets upgraded this year? If you agree with staff's recommendation, can you please put your hand up? And that will remain in this year's capital plan for the Allswater fence. Is that enough? Okay. Okay. Now, the last one has to do with the community center kitchen upgrades, which have been moved from this year until next year at a few of the different community centers. That has been brought up. Staff has recommended that we wait until next year to do this. We are doing our level of service study. I think that was something that staff just brought up, and they believe it's better to wait till next year. So I know that this one is a sensitive one, and I know that. So I'm not trying to minimize this at all. I would like to try and find a path forward so we can keep today's budget discussion going, knowing that we are going to be also coming back. This is a sensitive topic, and we all know that, so I don't want to minimize that for the group. So I see, okay, just before, because I know that your hand is up probably to this particular topic, and Councillor Roberts is yours as well. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to let Councillor Roberts, just because he has his hand up, and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We just discussed about approved lots of repairs for the arenas that we know we're going to do some major work on, and they're used by people. I think the stoves that were taken out of 3 or 4 of our halls are very well used and are needed. So I'm supportive of doing it ASAP. And if it's a money thing, well, let's talk about that money thing at the end of this when we make our decisions, if that's the only reason. On the top hitters.
Okay, I did just, this is a budget discussion, so it is a money thing, but I hear what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we're understanding that. Okay, yeah. Councillor, but I heard what you're saying is that you would appreciate it being in this year's budget.
Yeah.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I would agree, but it's also because I'm not clear. It feels in the Walker's Point situation very much like that community center is operating on not half a quarter, because there's very little you can do there without a stove. And this has been a number of years and a very, very active community. And so when you're talking about the other community centers, again, that's and it gets some of the small things that people expect, right? To live in a community is to have a community center. So I would expect all of those things should be in the budget. And I would also ask the bigger question, maybe that assessment that was done so long ago, because these were never community kitchens in the sense of what a community kitchen is where they're building, cooking for others, hundreds others on a daily basis sort of thing. I'd like for that assessment to be looked at again. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Councillor Burry?
Sorry to be daft. I would like to know exactly which community centers, kitchens we are talking about moving into this year's budget and how much that is.
Okay, so.
So if we were to.
Yes, so I'm gonna ask staff because this is a sensitive one and I want to make sure we give it
Which
the
ones are we
appropriate
talking
time.
about and how much is it?
That's correct. So perhaps what I can do is we've made a note of this one. I won't make a straw poll right now. I think we owe it to the group to have the better information and we'll probably be taking a break. So I'll have a chance to speak to staff about that and we can come back and then we can close off on that particular topic afterwards. Are there any other questions for Mr. Moore before we, okay, Councillor Nishikawa, Mayor Kelly.
And so, sorry, thank you for indulging. I was approached by a group of wee little people. I'm just saying, is there any room in the budget for chalk? Because apparently we have no place for them to do hopscotch. And I'm just saying that was an important thing to bring forward from the Torrance community.
Okay, so I suspect that, okay. So I feel like somebody else had their hand up. Mayor Kelly, sorry.
Thank you, and through you. I'm a little concerned that we're operating or making a decision based on something we think might happen sometime down the road to an unspecified group of community centers. We run community centers in a dozen locations. They offer services to support the community. 3 years ago, we interrupted those services to upgrade ventilation systems, as I recall, and to replace the stoves there, that was necessary as well. And I mean, we have no decisions to close anything. We are looking at, thinking about, talking about, and in the meantime, we still operate, those community centers on a full basis, as far as I know. Well, I know we aren't physically, but nobody's communicated to me that we've closed any of them, changed our operating plan on any of them. We've never made that decision. We're waiting for studies to be complete. And in the meantime, I don't understand why there's a decision. I thought we were going ahead to complete these things.
So I think because it's intended that they got moved by a year, and I think the debate is around the timing on a couple of the locations. So staff has recommended that a couple of them be moved to next year's capital plan out of this year's capital plans. What I think.
Just to make it cheaper this year?
They're Hold on. I'm gonna let staff respond then. I don't want to be, I'm trying to facilitate. So staff. Mr. Moore.
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, the decision to bump them back was largely based on the level of service study that we're completing to give us that whole big picture view of all of our infrastructure. In terms of the community centers that still need a stove, I can certainly list them for you if you'd like and their associated costs. So we're doing Walker's Point right now. Next in line was Windermere, then Allswater and Foots Bay. Those are the three remaining ones that don't have. And based on the costs of Walker's Point, we estimate 175, 180,000 per.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I may, Chair, it's not so much the stove that's the cost, it's the fire suppression system that is associated with it. I think, in part of delaying maybe the investment in the installation of these, we could certainly work with the chief if there's any alternative options out there. We'd certainly be able to entertain those as well. But again, it is something we do hear from the hall boards as their top requests. So.
I'm going to hold on to this one. I want to continue on the conversations and I want us all to have a chance to think about this and we are going to come back to it. I'm not minimizing it at all. I think this is an important topic. So are there any other? Director Carlucci, did you have your hand up? No. Okay.
I have
Councillor Roberts. Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, Councillor Edwards reminded me of something we talked about 3 or 4 months ago about parking meters at the Windermere facility, our boat dock. And some similar to what they have down in large parking lots in the cities. I don't see this in the budget as a cost, or is that, what's the status of that, Mr. Moore?
Okay, a status on the parking?
No, status on the meters, yeah.
Parking meters, yeah.
Sorry, the meters. Yes, we didn't include those in the capital budget just yet. Staff have had some internal discussions on them, some of the pros, the cons of each. I think personally, if we're going to move forward, should first be a staff report back to committee to highlight some of those pros and cons, evaluate the current warfare agreements we have to compare, and then we can make a more fulsome decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moore, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. You've got a big file. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Committee, we have been at it for an hour and a half, but it would be wonderful if we could try to at least hear from Mr. Sopko. If we need to take a break at that point, we can, but I think it would be nice to hear about our roads, bridges, and everything else. So we'll continue on. Mr. Sopko.
Good afternoon.
So Madam Chair, the next slide is administration, which is mine. But,
Okay.
in capital, there is no capital proposed in either the 10-year or the current year. But in operating, you'll see some things there. So the only thing that is in this slide is the completion of the asset level of service study, which we all know is underway.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Perfect, thank you. So the first item for discussion is the county equipment. I will note there's a typo in the 2025 there. I just noticed this morning. It's not $1,000, it's $1 million. So the purpose of the township equipment is implementation of the asset management plan to ensure we're replacing equipment when it needs to be done based on age and condition. The capital priorities for next year are to replace 2007 wood chipper. We have 2 tandem axle plow trucks. One is 2014, so it's 11 years old. Another is a 2016, so it's 9 years old. We have a grass cutter that's 11 years old. A landscape trailer that's 17 years old. That's 2008. And a 3/4 ton pickup truck. That's a 2016. In our 10-year horizon for major capital priorities, we have 4 backhoes. It's quite the list here. 4 backhoes, a sidewalk plow, sweeper, wood chipper, various plows and mowers. We have 2 graders that are going to be coming up for replacement and an excavator. And in keeping with our replacement timelines, we will have 9 tandem axle plow truck replacements and 21 pickup trucks within operational services. Next slide, please. This is some of our 2024 accomplishments and projects that we completed. We replaced the tri-axle float trailer. We had 3 culvert trailers, kind of working from the left to the right. New 1/2 ton pickup. We got a new sidewalk plow and the attachments shown in the background, a diesel plate packer. And on the far right, that's our new culvert steamer that we got. And in addition to that, we also have a tandem axle plow truck that we're expecting delivery of within the next month or so. And we also got a new ride-on lawnmower, a new V-plow, and various small tools as part of the 2024 budget. In our 2025 priorities, we have various pictures of some of the stuff that's been identified. From the left there, that is the 3/4 ton. You can see there's a significant rotting around the wheel wells there. That the second picture in is one of our tandem axle plow trucks. It's got a lot of wear on it. It's been on a salt route its whole life, so it's heavily corroded. We have a new chipper that is it's at an age where we can't even get replacement parts for it. It's that company is no longer around. We have a lawnmower, and we have one of our trailers that's actually a hole right in the frame of the trailer. So as you can see, there's some priorities in 2015. Next slide, please. Next item is roads. So for our capital budget, we're applying the recommendations of the asset management plan, transportation master plan, and the road need studies to maintain safe and well-maintained hot mix surface treatment and loose top roads. So in 2025, we have various priorities. We have the gravel resurfacing of Barricade Road, surface treatment of Big Joe Road, Hemlock Point Road, Curry Glen Road, Rossford Road, Whiteside Road, and Ziska Road. Hot mix resurfacing of paved hills on Butter and Egg Road, Carlo Enterprise Road, and Ray Road. And then we're also doing our follow-up slurry seal on roads that were surface treated in 2024, including Beatrice Down Line, Butterfly Road, Butler Road, Marquee Lane, Scarcliffe Road, Torrance Road, and Walker's Point Road. In a 10-year horizon for our capital priorities, we're going to be completing, or we requested funds to complete a road need study update and a traffic count update that will help inform our decisions for the next budget cycle. And we'll continue with our gravel resurfacing, surface treatment, hot mix resurfacing, and slurry seal capital works program. Next slide, please. So just some of our 2024 projects and accomplishments. We a couple of pictures there. The one picture on the far side, I believe, is Butterfly Road. Some rock removal happening on Barricade Road. We completed all of our surface treatment program. And we completed on the far right there, that's our slurry seal. We completed our slurry seal program, gravel resurfacing, reconstruction of Scarcliffe Road, as well as the Medora Street retaining wall project is complete. For our 2025 priorities, you can see there's various pictures of various road defects in those slides. You can see in some of them, there's actually no hard surface remaining on a road. It's actually just gravel. And some of them, it doesn't show very well, but you have severe deformation and wheel track running. Lots of patches on the roads, that sort of thing. So that's kind of those projects I listed previously. And in addition, we're doing our road need study update. Next slide. On to bridges and culverts. So from bridges and culverts, we're applying recommendations of asset management plan, transportation master plan, and our Ontario structure inspection manual, structural inspection assessments that we complete with the purpose of maintaining safe and well-maintained bridges and culverts. In our 2025 capital priorities, we have the Burgess Dam rehabilitation work happening, as well as we have the Dark Bay Road culvert replacement. In the 10-year capital priorities, repairs and rehabilitation of 8 structural bridges and culverts are currently in the plan, and replacement of 8 structural bridges and culverts. Next slide. So in 2024, we kind of hard to provide a slide of design being done, but that's what some of those are indicating. We have our Burgess Dam rehabilitation. The detailed design is, we're expecting that to be completed within the next month or so. We've done various culvert replacements and bridge maintenance, that type of things, within our bridge program. It's more of an operating type picture there. And we also have our Dark Bay Road culvert detailed design. It's ready to go. The tender package is ready to go out if we get funding for next year. For our 2025 priorities, the Burgess Dam rehabilitation project, we require rehabilitation improvements. It's been discussed lots in council via the dam safety report, the environmental impact assessment process. So detailed design is almost complete and we're planning on being ready for construction in 2025. Our OSIM updates is an operating expense, but it'll help inform our capital planning. So it's definitely a priority as well. And a Dark Bay Road culvert replacement has been bumped into 2025. We've noted increased settlement over the culvert. We've been monitoring it very closely to ensure it's safe, but placement is recommended for 2025 for that project. That'll wrap up for any questions.
I'm just about the Bala Dam. And it's not a question to you. I'm going to direct it to Mr. Pink, actually. Is there an opportunity that we're as council is going to have to determine what we're going to do with that dam once? So for instance, the question is really, is Township Muskoka Lakes interested in power generation and running a company ourselves, I guess is the bigger question.
Pink?
Thank you. Through you. This is obviously a relatively new file for me. Obviously, I've been here, but I'm not overly familiar with it. I might look to Mr. Director Clucci a little bit. My understanding is those reports or that analysis was undertaken and direction received from council, I believe, on the to continue to own that facility. But I'll look to Director Clucci to confirm.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, clarification?
That wasn't what I was asking. It was more about, in the past, we've always allowed others. So we're going to fix this up and then we're going to lease it to someone else to generate dollars. I'm asking the question, is the township interested in generating dollars? And I hope that question could be asked sometime because it's a budget discussion, right? And again, we never really asked that question in the past, so.
Okay. Director Colucci, did you want to add?
Certainly, and just to add to what the CAO mentioned, we do have an existing lease with a power generator. So that lease was renewed, I think, last year for another 10 years. So obviously, when that lease is up, then that's when the decision can be made and we can come back to council at that time. So at the end of the lease term, that we can come back to council and, at that time, make a decision as to whether we are going to continue to lease it or to operate it ourselves.
So if
okay.
The reasoning for my question is because we're seeing, like, I'd almost like to start seeing if we are looking at, I'd like to know, we've already got stuff in here for our 10-year costings or whatever. But if there is an opportunity for a revenue 10 years down the road, I'd like to see some of that information in our budgets.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that, there is revenue on the revenue side, for the lease portion of it. And, part of that revenue includes a lease and also a portion of the funds generated from selling the electricity. Yeah. So it's a small one.
It's a very small portion. Yes, my recollection. Councillors Avitz and Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, through you. So that's the first that I've heard, and Director Colucci is new, but never around this table in our previous term of council did we contemplate paying $2.5 million to build a brand new hydro plant and continue to lease it to that person. Okay, there was a lot of discussion around it, and again, the director of Public Works was here before, and he was actively involved. But I would suggest that we probably need to go back to look at a staff report in terms of what exactly was said, because if that's the case, I would never have supported building a brand new hydro generation plant there for $2.5 million of our taxpayer money to let someone lease it for 8.5 more years. There was a lot of discussion around our ownership and the complexities of same. And I would suggest we need to talk about that because that's not my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the the dam has been an ongoing conversation, and I think at every stop, my recollection is that council has weighed in at the appropriate moments to ensure that it was stable. The construction is in place to ensure that it isn't something that fails if we're in the event we have another flood. So I think the steps have been done in a very prudent manner, and my recollection is whatever the agreement, I would imagine that council would have endorsed that agreement. So if I'm wrong on that, I would like to hear that differently, and maybe, I don't know that staff can answer that right away, but nobody wants to spend the money. There's no question. All of us would love to have $2.5 million go away, but okay. Okay. I did call on Gord, and now I see two other hands up, so I'll go Gord, Mayor Kelly, Councillor Bosenworth.
Thank you. I guess I'm just going to have to comment on what Councillor Zavich just said. That's my understanding too. Director Becking last year, when he was asked what is his biggest fear, his biggest fear was that dam. And we were just going to make it safe, and then decide if we're going to spend X hundreds of thousands of dollars to lease out the power generation rights and revenues. So I think we really need to take a real hard look at this, because that was not my understanding. We were just going to make it safe and then go from there. So just on that, a comment. I want to talk about Butter and Egg Road and direct to staff. Butter and Egg Road is up for slurry seal or whatever. But there's a section on that road that is very low, and we've had orange cones on that road, and the water creeps out onto the travel portion of the road in the springtime and after heavy rain. Are we going to do anything to address that particular section of road, or just use the orange cones? And I don't think that's okay. Anyways, I just asked the question. And
thank you. Mr. Sopko, we'll talk about the road. I'm going to come back to the dam after, because I do want to hear from staff, but Mr. Sopko, with the road?
Yeah, so that I am familiar with that section of Butter and Egg Road. It's really it's an operational issue that we're dealing with outside of the capital budget. It's really a matter of managing water levels and working with a property owner on how we do that. So I don't want to get into too many details in this form, but there's no capital plans to raise road there. There's concerns of a grade raise was done when the road was last redone. Concerns that you can only load so much on, and if you have no foundation, the road can actually start sinking. So the road is the elevation has been for many, many years. It's more of the managing of water and operationally that we're working on.
Okay, supplemental, please.
Yes.
It's the management of swamp water. Like, that's a little swampy area. That's it collects water. So I don't know how we're going to manage it. So anyways, I'll take it offline with you to talk. Thank you.
Yeah, if through you, if you want more information on it, I'm happy, available anytime. And I can explain further what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Being an operational issue.
Thank you. I can't remember who had their hand. I think it was Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Bosenworth. And then I would like to hear from Mr. Pink, because I do want clarification on the dam in particular. The 2 points being rehab, and then the other is the power generating lease. So I don't know if that changes any of the questions or comments that you might have.
I think mine's been answered.
Okay. Councillor Bosenworth?
Well, Director Pink may answer my question, but I thought the 2 million is to make the dam safe. I presume it doesn't include putting in a new generating station.
So let me ask Director Pink, because we may need to get some further information, because we do have some newer people on the file. So
thank you. I think Director Clucci can speak in much more detail, and Mr. Sopko, as to what the 2.5 million will accomplish. What I can commit to, I don't want to misspeak. Staff can certainly and will either through the upcoming report for the November budget meeting or under separate cover advise council as to the background of what decisions were made, what direction's been provided. There certainly should not be any uncertainty surrounding that. So we will commit to do that.
Thank you. I think that helps clarify the two different. Is there any other questions for Mr. Sapko? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Kent.
I was just gonna say, my recollection of the dam was not consistent with the discussion we've had. I thought we were gonna do the work and then we were gonna try to sell it. And we were not able to sell it, get out of the business. And so I suggest that we go back and listen to the recording from our prior meeting and the discussion that we had, which I think is probably
Okay.
the best. Anyway,
So as far as the budget goes, we have money in the budget to ensure that the actual rehab portion moves ahead. I just heard from Director Pink, though. Clearly, we all have a slightly different understanding. So we do want to make sure we understand the background, history, and current arrangement that we have with the actual lease arrangement. So we will stay tuned. Staff has heard loud and clear, and they will follow up with that piece. Are there any other questions for Mr. Sapko? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Committee, I'd like to take a break right now until 10 after 3. That gives us 15 minutes to have a comfort break. And it allows Director Donaldson, myself, and Ms. Mortimer here, not Mortimer, oh my gosh. The compliments, why? I don't even know where that even came from. It's always to figure out next steps, thanks. Okay, committee, are we back? Okay, welcome back. Trying to help, I'm trying to get my own thoughts organized, so with your indulgence. It is right this moment because I'm trying to pull everything together here and keep us moving on this important document. So there's been a number of things that have come up throughout today's discussion. There are a few that staff have said that they would like the time to review and they can come back and report to us on. So I thought I'm going to start with those. Those are I think fairly easy ones for us to get agreement on. The first was the reserve policy. That was a discussion from earlier today. So Director Donaldson has agreed that he will come back with a future report on that. The other topic was the fleet analysis, Councillor Burry. So staff will come back with a future report to understand an approach that could be considered for that topic. The dam discussion, the Burgess Dam on the rehab and power generating lease, we will have a report coming back. So all of us on the committee have the same information. And so I think those three capture those topics. So future staff reports. There was 2 items that were possible amendments to the capital plan. The first was the Bala Falls viewing docks and lights, to have that item, and we did do a straw poll to have that deferred for a year in the capital plan. So that was a straw poll, and I think we could add that in as an amendment to the capital plan. And I just wanted to once again get a show of hands that we are good with that, and then we will add that as an amendment. So with a show of hands, removing the Bala Falls viewing docks and lights. This is a straw poll, Mayor Kelly, so I know you don't love these, but I know. But it will help us as we draft our amendment to defer that for 1 more year. So just, it's a straw poll. So just a show of hands, please. Okay, so we will be moving that as an amended. The other item, which is the one that I did promise we are going to come back and talk about, and that is the community center stoves. I think Mr. Moore, you may want to come back up to the podium just to help facilitate some of the details around these 2, is it 2 or 3 locations? I think it's 3 more locations. Well, I think one is already, this is what, let's hear. I think one is already completed or is under completion. It's 3 others that are in the capital plan. Is that correct? Okay, so why don't you take it away to give us a quick understanding as to the topic at hand, and then we can have a conversation as to how committee would like to proceed.
Okay, I will do the Coles Notes version. So Walker's Point Community Center, we're in the process of finishing that stove and fire suppression update. And in the current draft 10-year capital plan beginning in 2026, we have Windermere, 2027 Allswater, 2028 Foots Bay. So those are the 3 community centers that would still be without a working stove. And we've identified the budget as 175,000 for each of those based on our work that we've done in Walker's Point. So that includes all the engineering, etc.
Okay, so we have 3 different community centers, 3 different timings, all within about the same range of $175,000 each. And then we heard a request, and I wasn't sure if it was specific to one location maybe, or if it's multiple, to advance it, because really what we're talking about is timing, right? Could it be included in this year's capital plan? So with that, I will open it up to Councillor Burry.
Thank you. I'm going to make a suggestion that we move up to 50% of them to do this year. And the 2 logical ones, the ones with the heaviest use, are Walker's Point and Windermere.
So Walker's Point is already under, so it would be adding, so the 3 that we're having a conversation about in the capital plan are Windermere is in 2026, Allswater 2027, Foots Bay 2028.
Move up Windermere. That would be my choice.
Okay, so you're willing to move up Windermere to this year's capital plan. Thank you. Councillor McIntyre, Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. So to confirm, all of these community centers have had their stoves taken away? Yeah, so
Correct.
nobody, there's no cooking happening anywhere. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. My question was going to be to Councillor Edwards. My thought about Allswater, for instance, was they came to us to rebuild. I can't remember how many years ago. It didn't seem like that long ago. But it was a very, very active community center. And I'm not clear which one. I'd like to Councillor Edwards to tell us what he needs done first.
So a priority, is that like the?
Yeah, but
priority
he has a
centers?
better
Okay.
understanding than I could.
That's fair. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. Because Windermere was on last year and they were expecting it this year and that, so that was one of the reasons. Allswater, and I don't think it would be as expensive because it's on a back wall. All I have to do is just go out through the back wall. So it would probably be less if they priced it. And I would go for both of them this year. But if not, I would put Windermere in this year and move the others up a year. But I think we should be putting in Windermere and Allswater this year.
Okay,
And getting actual prices, because I think they can do it less than 175,000 if it's just out through the back wall.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the Ward B councillor for both Windermere and Allswater, I'd like them to be both in 2026. These community centers are active, very active, and we should be putting their stoves back in. Thank you.
Excuse me, supplemental. You said 2026. We're looking at 2025 right now.
Sorry, 2025 is late.
Thank you
You're
very
right,
much.
You're right. You pick yourself up off the ground now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bosemore, Councillor McIntyre.
And we could pay for it all by deferring the Windermere dock by 1 year.
Okay, Councillor McIntyre.
I'm frankly just appalled that this is all taking so long. A community center needs a kitchen. That's what brings people together. And the sooner we can do it, the better. So I could go with this, the 2025, but I feel sorry for the guy that has to wait till 2026 because that's going to be like 5 years without a stove. How do you do that in a community center?
Councillor Roberts. No? Oh, you don't have another question? Okay. Okay, so what I have heard from a few is that it seems like there's a general appetite to move the Windermere Community Center back to this year's capital plan. There is an openness to doing both Windermere and Allswater. I haven't heard much about Footspace, so we'll maybe delay that one. It sounds like there might be more of an appetite over that one. And an interesting, I don't want to really open up the Windermere dock because we did make a straw poll on that, but possibly we could ask staff to come back next month with just more of an understanding as to the dock. And I know that complicates things a little. I'm not trying to offset, but it at least provides us further information because we are coming back next month with a revised, an amended capital plan. So that could be included if committee is wishing. So perhaps what I could suggest is with, I guess it's the straw poll on the community centers. I would like to suggest that in this 2025, I almost said 2026 as well, 2025 budget that we include Windermere and Allswater kitchens in this capital plan, and then delay Footspace by a year for November, whenever our next meeting is, the budget meeting. We can have further conversation at that time if required, but let's at least see what that does to the plan. And so with that idea, I'd like to see just a quick straw poll. Is everybody comfortable with that? Because we are going to do an amendment then to the capital plan to include the Windermere and Allswater community centers in this year's capital plan. So a quick show of hands for those who would like to support that amendment. Okay. Okay. So that passes. Thank you. So that will be an amendment. I'm hesitant to bring it up, but I did about the Windermere dock because you did bring that up. Staff have offered to come back with a report for consideration in the November meeting, so we can have a better understanding as to the structural opportunities, let's call it, with that dock. So whether we defer it or not. So I don't know if that needs to be an amendment to have it taken out, or if it's just direction to staff to include some further information on that one.
Thank you, through you. I appreciate that council had a straw poll, but in my opinion, that's a fairly significant piece of infrastructure. And I don't know if it should be, we should be deciding by straw polls whether it needs to be replaced this year or next year based on an individual walking it and giving their personal opinion. My preference would be, and I think it can just be direction in the minutes, staff can provide a bit more detail in November's report as to the actual engineering assessment of it and the urgency of its replacement. And I think then council can make a little bit more of an informed decision than a simple ask today.
Thank you. So I don't need to include that in an amendment. So
we'll do a resolution around that.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that our plan was.
The goal right now, if committee could just be indulgent, we would like to pass the capital. We are going to start operating and watching time to see how that goes, so we can understand next steps, because today's meeting didn't have an end date, but we're also mindful as to what people can actually manage, but we would like to at least close off the capital portion. Yes.
Thank you. It's for you. So just as you preamble there, I would probably want to throw a bit of a screw into the works, and that is as it relates to capital. And I think earlier when I had this discussion that there was a concern that it was about reserves. It's not about reserves. It's about, in fact, the notion that our public has come to us many times throughout this year, whether through delegation or emails or whatever, on this whole notion of, they want better roads. Now, we have way too many roads to make the big decision today, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't, as a group, contemplate in the capital section, so therefore the overall tax increase, to actually contemplate more of an increase dedicated totally and solely to our roads. I think as Councillor Nishikawa said at the very beginning of the session this morning, that's what we're being asked. That's the number one ask I know that I'm getting time and time again. I'm wondering if there's an appetite within this committee to contemplate a larger increase to dedicate to roads. I'm not sure how you frame that. Thank you.
Okay. So I appreciate that. And I had intended to have that conversation at the end of our operating, but I think, and let me just look to, so I'm not, I just want to make sure I don't lose the thread on that one. Do we have resolutions that I'm able to read on capital yet, or not yet? Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm preparing two.
Yes.
One is regarding reporting back on two matters.
Okay.
And the other is, and I would appreciate the director of finance.
Okay, so we will need a couple of minutes, I think, just to finish off on the resolutions. Mayor Kelly, I do see two other hands up, so I'm starting a whole new topic.
Through you, I was just going to follow up on Councillor Zabit's comment.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if it might be useful to, similar to the Windermere docks, go back to whomever is appropriate in the ops side and just ask, what would $1 million budget bump do for either maintenance or capital improvement to the roads in the next 12 months? I mean, maybe there's resourcing issues. Maybe the money would sit in a bank and we couldn't do anything with it anyhow. I have no idea, but there could be all sorts of issues. We have no idea.
Right.
But to make that kind of opportunity available and see what it might look like for the next meeting might help us make that decision.
So similar to what we did last year, whereby staff did come back, if you recall, with different bumps. I think it was 250,000, 500,000, $1 million. Having heard what you've heard today, Director Donaldson, do you have enough information to come back with some options for us to discuss in November on that topic?
So certainly, Chair. So I can come back with some sensitivity analysis, some scenarios. It shows you what the impact would be to the tax rate and the tax levy. If we were to increase our contributions to reserves, I would leave it to the operations staff to be able to comment in terms of what could be delivered by generating that extra money in 2025. But it is an operating expense to transfer to reserves, so it would be through the operating budget, but I can absolutely give you some options in terms of what that looks like and working with operations staff, what could be delivered with that.
Okay, so Director Colucci, are you, I think what you're hearing from some of the members of committee is there may be some interest in having a conversation about adding money into the reserves, but specifically focused towards roads, not reserves, sorry, towards roads in the operating budget, which we haven't gotten to yet. Is that something that?
So for you, so if we're adding money, it would be capital, right? I mean, the transfer to reserves would be under operating, but if we were to move, some 2026 capital projects to 2025, again, we'd have to discuss that, as a team to make sure that we're able to complete that work in 1 year, because some of the work might require engineering and may take longer than, we won't be able to finish it. So obviously we can look through the list that is recommended for 26 and 27 and see if any of them can be pulled forward to 25.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Right. So, and that we could come back at the next meeting. And, along with the treasurer's discussion about the effect on the tax rate.
Okay, thank you. So committee, I would like to, Councillor Kent, Councillor Edwards, and then I'm going to give staff a couple minutes just to review the draft resolutions. Councillor Kent.
I guess I'm confused about the way we're proceeding. I thought we were going to keep a long list of all the items that were on the list and then figure out which ones we can do and which ones we can't do. But the way you're going at it, you're making a decision on one and we still haven't resolved the other. And I see them as trade-offs. If you want to put the stoves in, maybe despite whatever the report says, we can or cannot do the Windermere Dock. I didn't think you can make a decision on one without the other. And we were going to come up with a long list. And then at some point, maybe at the November meeting, make those final decisions based on the analysis that staff does and the costing of each specific item. And then additionally, I think there's two issues. There's more money for roads. That's one item. And then there's more money for reserves. Two separate, completely different items. And I just think you have to distinguish them because one is it's a different strategic discussion. One is an immediate trying to, satisfy our, it's reducing the problem later on, but it's increasing our level of service effectively sooner rather than later. And I think we have to look at both of them separately. And then if so, when you ask Mark to do the sensitivities, there's sensitivities on both of those items. What would an extra $1 million of one item do for our tax rate and the tax dollars? And what would an extra $1 million of reserves do for us? And they obviously work differently.
Okay. I think staff has heard and is coming back for next month in November. We're not making a decision. We're asking staff to come back with that analysis. So we actually all have this in front of us and we can speak to that. The only decisions that we have currently, I know not even the decisions, we did a quick straw poll on was to amend the resolution to approve the capital budget with a few amendments, those being the ballot. Well, this is what our staff is.
Why are you making a decision on any of them, Councillor Mazan or Chair Mazan, rather than putting them all on the list? And then you decide which ones are the best combination of dollars to work. You've made a decision on Bala Falls without, Bala Falls versus stoves in a community center. I just thought, let's look at all the items together and make a decision rather than one at a time. Because it's a total dollars issue. It's not an issue of, one project versus the other.
Right. So I, first of all, would say I haven't made any decisions. I'm trying to shape or facilitate a conversation. And as we talked about up front, I think the idea was that we would listen and ask questions and capture any kind of comments from your colleagues, from our committee members, to which we have heard a few, some of which were going to be part of a future staff report. Others of which were the two, the specific to this topic, I think it's only two at this point, were the Bala Falls viewing deck. We did a quick straw poll that the group would be amenable to it being deferred by a year to a further part in the capital plan. And then the other one was to understand or move up the Windermere and Ullswater community centers to this year's capital budget. So it was a sense of timing. So that's the amendment to the capital plan. This is going to come back next month. So all of these things we will have a much fuller understanding as it comes back next month.
Yeah,
That
I
was
just
the
don't
intention of
understand why
today.
you're amending. I don't understand technically why you're amending for certain items and not for others, rather than putting them on a list and make the final decision to amend when we can quantify them. Checking one off and not checking the other off. But that's up to you. It's a process issue. It's just a question of will appear to be
Well, I
made.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So thank you. What I would like to ask right now is I would like staff to be given a moment just to review the capital budget resolutions. I will read them and then we'll make a decision as to next steps for today's. Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor Edwards, you're so.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Director Donaldson. Last year, we had a increase of $18 and some odd cents. And this year we're going 13 some odd. What if we put the taxes up exactly what we did last year without any increase? In other words, just going to that, what would it put into our either reserves or roads or anything else like that?
Director Donaldson?
So I'd have to do some calculation on the numbers exactly, but I think, what I think I've heard is there's been a request to increase the tax levy so that there can be more capital works done this year. So we wouldn't actually be increasing the tax rate based on the request to increase reserve levels. It would just be an in and an out.
Yeah.
In the current year.
What would the extra $5 generate? In other words, if we went with last year's taxes, which were $18 and some odd cents instead of the $13 and some odd cents. Okay.
Right.
What would that generate that we could put it in the capital? We could put it wherever we want it, but in other words, go with last year's figures.
So do the same rate, do the same dollar increase.
The same dollar increase.
As
I'm not
last year.
talking percentages. I'm talking actual dollars in my pocket.
I don't have that. I'd have to
Okay,
do some
thank you.
numbering, but yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, just to respond to Councillor Edwards, I don't have the number either, but I would point out that last year when we built the budget, the cost of living increase, particularly I think it was the wholesale cost of living increase, was like double digits, as I recall, and it's half that or less now. So we justified a really big tax increase based on the fact that 2/3 of it or half of it was tied to the actual cost of equipment, fuel, materials, and so on that went into all the work we do to maintain the infrastructure. So I think that the circumstance, we can't just look at the global number. We gotta look at the underlying components of it. I think that component's a lot smaller this year than it was last year. But here's what I really want to say. I don't think we can tax our way out of the situation we're in right now. I really and truly don't think we can. There is a finite capacity among everyone, no matter who they are, to pay taxes for the real estate that they own in this township. Too much of the tax burden that's falling to them is coming from outside of this township. It's coming from education tax. It's coming from the load that we're adding with the hospital, whatever it's called, local share tax. And obviously it's coming from a big chunk from the district. And we happen to be, as we all well know, responsible for a sizable 38%, some say 40% of the district load. And unless we can get comfortable that we're getting value, we know the price. Are we getting the value we expect to get for that kind of money? I don't think we're doing our jobs in terms of trying to control the tax budget or any of these variables by just adding more burden to the bubble that's about to burst, if you ask me. I think we've got to turn it around. We have to go back and be considerably higher expectation of value from the relationships that we have at district. We have to look at everything. The load on us, we're paying a huge chunk of money to support roads, and yet we really don't have that many roads in the township that are district roads. We've got to take a look at all of this stuff. We have to hold people to account to hit budgets and maintain the budgets. We have to hold people to account to make sure that we're getting every ounce of value we can out of the money that our constituents are paying, because the lower tier municipality that we are sitting here representing is part of the district. I don't think we can solve this problem by increased taxation. It's by better controlled spending. It's by more appropriate and more focused spending. And the burden is going to fall on those of us who sit on district council to take the lead on it.
Supplemental?
Okay, one
Supplement.
last comment, and then I would like to take a
Okay.
break so staff can.
I
have a-
agree with you, but on the other hand, when you look at it, we charge $148 per 100,000. The other ones are 599. The province, like the average is 800 and some odd. I'm not saying that we should go up to that, but I think really people should get the same service of level they have, and that we're adding stuff all the time. And then we're pushing stuff back. That's all I'm saying.
And just to
And I'm not saying we go to the $15, but it may be just another dollar or something like that,
But
you
even
get
another
here-
dollar multiplied by the assessed values in our
I
township
realize
will
that.
kill people. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. The disparity is in the real, what's driving that disparity is the assessed value of the real estate and in engravers. You can have a whatever $30 or $50 per 100,000 increase, but if the average property value is, I don't know what it is, 10% or 20% of what the average property value here is, we're not hitting the taxpayer the same way we're hitting them here.
So this is a healthy discussion. I appreciate it. I am going to try and help move today's discussion on. If you could give us 5 minutes with staff, just so I can make sure we have resolutions that we can read to help move the capital plan forward today, that would be great. So five minutes. Director Donaldson, would you be able to come and join us for a moment? That's the first one. It's the first one. Okay, this one first, sorry. I'm already. I think I have good news, Councillor Burry. I have a few resolutions in front of me today that will hopefully bring some next steps for the capital project. And I hope captures all of our discussions today. After consultation with staff, our belief is that finishing today at this point would probably be a wise idea. I think we probably have all invested heavily in the day. And we will discuss any outcomes from these resolutions when we reconvene on the budget on November 19th. So that is our next scheduled meeting. And that's also when we will plan to talk about our operating budget. So now we have a 4 to 5 week window between today and when we're going to do this similar kind of a discussion on the operating budget, in addition to any of the outcomes from today and these resolutions. So the next budget meeting would still be on November 19th. So I think that's good news. That means people can go home and have dinner. And with that, I will now read these resolutions and we will finish off our day. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2025 draft capital budget and forecast as attached to report FIN 2024-017 be endorsed in principle, and that the 2025 draft capital budget and forecast be forwarded to the scheduled special general finance committee meeting on November 19th, 2024 for further consideration. Are there any questions? The next one I read is the amendments. Okay. And then we will approve those ones. Okay. Seeing no questions, all those in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. The next resolution, moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Roberts, be it resolved that the following be added at the end of the first paragraph with the following amendments. 1, defer project 25013, Bala Falls viewing decks for 1 year from 2025 to 2026. 2, defer project 25089, lighting Bala Falls for 1 year from 2025 to 2026. 3, advance project 26070, Windermere kitchen upgrades from 2026 to 2025. 4, advance project 27001, Allswater Community Center commercial kitchen from 2027 to 2025. And 5, advance project 28005, Foots Bay Community Center commercial kitchen from 2028 to 2026. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Boseworth?
I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting on. And partly as per Councillor Kent's point of view, this sounds a little bit like we are approving these, but we are only committee and we've not had a chance to see the total picture, being the operating side. And I want to be sure that there's an opportunity that after seeing the operating side and now having a total picture of the impact on our taxes, there is an opportunity, for example, to move those stoves back out because we might find something more important to do from the operating side that affects our rate. And I just want to make sure that that opportunity still exists.
And staff has assured me that using the words be endorsed in principle allows that to happen. So I just want to make sure. CAO Pink.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Director Donaldson confirmed, but until council finally approves the budget, there's certainly still your prerogative to make future changes. But what this would do is document in the next budget package those changes, but it does not lock you to those or any other items in the budget.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Kent, then Councillor Bosemore, sorry.
I also want to be sure that we still have the opportunity to, I also want to be sure we have an opportunity to talk about the potential of having a policy on contributions to reserves.
So that's another resolution I have. So this is specific to the capital budget right now. Councillor Kent. You're on mute.
Sorry, I think it's very odd, just as a matter of experience, to approve one side of the budget without approving and reviewing the other side of the budget. We've made a lot of headway, we've identified opportunities, but it's really odd they go together. You can't separate capital from operating completely. There's the costs of implementing the operating plan, and there's the costs of implementing the capital plan. So I would actually, just the language makes me very uncomfortable, because instead of saying, here's a list that we're going to quantify and evaluate, I just think it's the wrong way to go, but I will leave it at that. The other thing I just want to make sure you've added to the list is the Councillor Bosworth asked for a breakdown, like a variance analysis on the $1.2 million, I think, of incremental salaries. And so I'd like to see that for the November 19th meeting.
Yeah. Okay, so for the first thing I just want to confirm that and reinforce that this is endorsing in principle, that this is our chance to move this forward. All of this information is going to come back on November 19th. So this is for everybody's comfort on that. So this is to do with the capital budget itself. And then I have another resolution to read in a moment. So I have read these amendments. Any other questions on the amendments? Seeing none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That carries. And one more resolution. Thank you. Moved by councillors. Oh, wait. I need to read this one.
Oh, you do, yes.
I have to ask, I have to say all in favor of the main motion as amended. Thank you. You're very welcome. Teamwork. Okay, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that staff include in the agenda package for the November 19th, 2024 Special General Finance Committee meeting further information regarding item 25121 Windermere Wharf Floating Dock Replacement Project 25107 Burgess Dam Rehabilitation Replacement and increased contributions to reserves and potential advanced road works projects as per discussion at the October 22nd, 2024 Special General and Finance Committee meeting. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, Councillor Bosworth and then Councillor Kent.
It doesn't explicitly have the item of potential reserve fund policy, but I want to make sure that's something that we can continue to talk about. Because
So
we have talked about
Yes.
it. This will be the second year that we've talked about it, and staff have not come back and said, you know, we don't think that's a good idea. They've come back and said, we think it's a good idea or it should be addressed. We just don't want it to fall off the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I'm the CAO Pink.
Thank you. Through you, in response to that, this resolution documents those items that would impact the 25 budget. Staff will note in the minutes and the direction to come back with a reserve policy as well as complete analysis. I don't think that could be done in time to impact the 25 budget, but certainly will be done over the course of the next year for future budgets.
Thank you. A supplemental?
I'll just point out that that's what we were told last year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent?
I would just, it's with regard to the reserve fund potential increases or decreases and the potential additional road dollars. It's the sensitivity of those dollars that we're looking for. And there are two separate buckets. So it's not just what you might do. It's if you put an extra $500,000 in, you put an extra 750, an extra $1 million in, what's the impact on the budget, on the tax rate, on the tax percentage, et cetera. So it's the sensitivities that we're looking for. And I just want to make sure, did you mention that request for the variance analysis? I didn't hear it on the SG&A. It was requested by Rob, Councillor Bosworth as well. I couldn't make sense of it from the document. Yeah.
I don't have the staff analysis piece correct in this resolution, so I will ask Director Donaldson to comment on that in a moment, but I do want to issue, and actually, Director Donaldson, thank you, sorry, Director Donaldson, could you also just expand and give assurance that you've heard loud and clear the information we can expect on reserves? coming back, or this analysis that,
So I think what was the ask, as I understood it, was that there was a request to have additional taxation added to the 2025 budget that would flow through the reserve and effectively fund new projects or advanced projects for roads, specifically for roads. So we can look at what's possible to do and how much that would cost and what we would need to raise and how that impacts the tax rate. And we can do some scenarios in terms of, you know, maybe there's a little bit, maybe there's some of it that goes to a reserve, but we can kind of give you a little bit of, I think, something that will help inform some discussion and some direction on behalf of from committee on that one. So I think we can do that. And I think that was kind of reflected in bringing back information on transfers to reserves and advancing road projects. Like that's in that resolution. And on the other matter, I just want to make sure I'm clear on Councillor Kent's question. So in the report, table 3 provides a breakdown of what is driving the change in salary and benefits year over year from 2024 to 2025. And I believe this morning what I committed to was to identifying the sources of funding or offset expenses that are paying for those. So we knew how much of the $1.2 million increase was actually being driven through the tax levy versus a reduction in contractor services or grants we would be receiving or so on and so on. I believe is that the variance analysis you're referring to?
Councillor Kent?
I'm just looking. Is that would be fine. But I also would like on that's fine on the SG&A or the salaries in general administrative. The reserves though, the reserves that would be used for roads have an offsetting cost and the whole operational side of it. That's one analysis. The second one is just if we increased our reserves by an extra $1 million above and beyond anything we ever did for roads, if we decided to, what's the dollar amount at each increment of that change? I mean, I'm sort of backing into if we got back to the 14.9% municipal increase we had last year, how much more, which is the same thing that Councillor Edwards asked in a indirect fashion. If we went back to $18 from $13 at different increments, how much money would that be?
Director Donaldson?
So I can tell you, did the quick check. So if we went to the same dollar increase as last year, $18.63, the tax levy would increase from 17,569,000, which is what's in the documents that have been circulated. That would increase to 18,139,000, which is an increase of $570,000. So that would be that if we went to the same dollar value increase per $100,000 of assessment as we did in 2024, that would generate an additional $570,000 of tax levy this year than what's being proposed at this time. In terms of the tax, so I just to make sure I'm clear, so this again, the suggestion earlier was we could add, we just threw out $1 million, but if we added, $1 million for additional road work to be done in 2025, is the request to then look at adding additional contributions to reserves on top of that would then go to just to the reserves, but not necessarily to be spent in 2025? Or are we doubling up, or are we talking about the same increase? I just want to make sure
So
I'm
just,
clear in terms
yeah,
of
so
doing
just my sense, and Councillor Kent, tell me if I'm different, I have heard both conversations, quite honestly, over the last number of hours. And so is it hard to provide that information on November 19th? So committee has information in front of them they can make decisions on.
Not difficult at all.
On
We
both
can-
pieces. And does this resolution capture that then?
So it speaks specifically to the ask that we heard earlier about, increasing the tax levy, which would be funded through the reserves to fund road work to be advanced in the current year.
Okay.
It doesn't specifically talk about adding transfer or adding more tax levy for growing reserves beyond that. So I just want to be clear on, and we can do both. I mean, we can do and whatever committee's direction is. I just want to make sure I'm clear when we leave here where I'm going with this.
Just one supplement. The reason I ask that, one comes with costs, Chair Mazan. It's like you spend the capital on roads and there's an operating side to it. It's a little bit more comprehensive question than just the blank reserves, which is a straight dollar for dollar increase to reserves.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, just, I think Director Donaldson caught this maybe you said it more than once, but I just caught it at the end. But just to be sure, two issues that concern me. One, before we make any allocation, either flowing through reserves to roads or otherwise, we want to know that it's actually going to be useful, that it actually is that we have the human resources, that we have access to contractors, that we have access to whatever we need. We got lots of roads that need work, but I'm not in the game to just park a bunch of money somewhere if we can't actually put it to use. So I think that's got to be a big component of what I expect to see coming back with this report. Number two, if we're going to just put money into reserves to sit there and bolster our reserves, we need to first have a discussion about what is the goal? What is the game? How do we know when we're full? What is the game? Well, maybe we're fully reserved up right now and there's really no reason and nothing left to put it in there. I'm not hearing from Director Donaldson or anyone else that it is. So we need to have that discussion to get people on board that actually continuing to grow the reserves for the sake of growing the reserves as a purpose. Otherwise, we're just taking money from our constituents and parking it.
But Mayor Kelly, you can't run a municipality or a business with 9 months worth of capital on hand. Like
I just want to make sure that we all understand what we're talking about because I'm not sure we all do.
So, okay, so I have read this resolution. I'm going to read it again because I do think that this does create the path forward, Director Donaldson. So if I read it again, let me know if you have, if this allows that to advance. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that staff include in the agenda package for November 19th, 2024 Special General Finance Committee meeting further information regarding item 25121, the Windermere Wharf floating dock replacements, project 25107, the Burgess Dam rehabilitation replacement, and increased contributions to reserves and potential advanced roadworks projects as per the discussion at the October 22nd, 2024 Special General and Finance Committee meeting. So the way that is worded, I just want to have confirmation from Director Donaldson. Does that capture what you believe to be the next steps from this conversation?
I believe so. I think there's enough flexibility in that allows me to kind of construct some documentation that we can have a discussion about in terms of where we want to go with respect to further investments in 2025 for projects or otherwise.
Okay, thank you. So I have read this resolution. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, that carries. Okay, so moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 4:15, thank you, PM. And the next regular meeting of the General Finance Committee will be held on Wednesday, November the 13th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair electronically from the council chambers, municipal office in Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. And just as a note, because it has come to my attention, it's helpful when we do so. The next budget meeting for anybody watching in the public will be on November 19th. We will be having a further discussion on what we just passed here and these resolutions. In addition, we will be discussing the operating plan at that point. So November the 19th, I think I've heard from staff that they would like to start at 9 a.m. So that will be up and on our website soon. Thank you very much to everybody for your input today, and I hope you have a very safe drive wherever you may be going.